Chapter 7. Though it would be soon midnight, the turnstiles of the subway's Hasamon line were packed with people. The earthquake had led to enormous disruptions in the schedules of all forms of public transportation. Everyone passing through the turnstiles wore looks of unconcealed irritation. Watching them from the corner of his eye, Banjasaji checked the monitor in the station's attendant's office. So this robotic voice was probably someone wearing a Darth Spider mask. There had been a report from an attendant yesterday morning. If you think about the Darth Vader masks, how they can distort your voice, it may be likely that that same thing has happened here with the Darth Spider mask. When they first heard the word that the high school girl was menacing someone with a colossal bladed object, the jurisdictional officers came running. By the time they arrived, however, neither the high school girl nor the man she had allegedly assaulted were anywhere to be seen. Upon hearing of the case of the happenstance today, Ban got himself interested in the male victim's description. And acted him that several similar incidents had also occurred, which was why he had come here of his own accord at a time like this. It would seem that the altercation had been filmed in all its detail by the security cameras. When the request that the station attendant let him see the tape, the response was a pleasant yes, but it came along with a warning. It's a tad creepy. For the time being, he made the tape play back on the monitor. The picture was full of noise. It was probably due to the earthquake. He figured that it had something to do with all that talk about how data on computers' hard disks had disappeared here and there. Determining who had been caught on tape would be a trial, given that it was barely at the level where he could see what was going on. A lone man appeared on the center of the picture. He stood still in the background near the wall along the right edge of the screen. Located a short way from the turnstiles, it was a place one wouldn't set foot in on the way to board or change trains. And in fact, the other passengers only cut across the very front of the screen. The awful noise made it difficult to discern the man's appearance, but he was rather skinny and short. He wore a large rucksack on his back. Ban couldn't figure out what he was doing there. After he fast-forwarded through about an hour of tape, a small change abruptly took place. Several of the commuters who had been cutting across the screen walked up to the man and halted. To Ban, it almost appeared as though they were being pulled in by the man with the rucksack. The man with the rucksack. The mysterious part was how they showed no particular sign of starting a conversation with him. They stood in place and zoned out. Noted that several people who had halted appeared to be acquainted with each other. They were different genders and ages with no common ground between them. What in the world was going on? When Ban gazed at the monitor, cocking his head, a single girl entered the room. A single girl entered the screen. I'm sorry, the long-haired high school girl in a Sume Academy uniform. She headed straight for the man with the rucksack with the exact gait that came to mind when one thought of someone striding. Her movements were clearly different from those of the people who had stopped earlier. As a matter of fact, he pushed aside the loiterers and suddenly hauled the man up his collar. For some time, the two of them quarreled, or rather it appeared more as if the girl was one-sidedly threatening him. Acting as though this had recalled them to themselves. The people who had stopped there set off on their respective ways. Collective brainwashing, what is this? At last, the girl flung the man aside. Retreating one step from the man who had fallen on his bottom, she struck an old pose. She leaned forward, lowering her center of gravity, and placed both hands together close to the side of her hip. She appeared to be carrying something, but her hands were empty. The report had stated that she was swinging around a large bladed weapon, but where could she possibly be hiding such a thing? The answer soon became evident. Without a warning, the camera shook. It wasn't a form of noise. The way the hair and clothing of passing commuters fluttered made it clear that the camera doing the recording was actually shaking. So this is Senna with her D-sword. Bahn's eyes ate into the screen. Before he knew it, the girl had come to be holding a gigantic sword, no longer than she was tall. Though who knew where she had drawn it from? He rewound the tape and confirmed it one more time. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed that the sword had come floating up out of empty space. At least the girl had kept her center of gravity low and stayed in place without budging an inch. The people captured in the monitor saw the sword the girl had materialized and burst into a commotion. But she took no heed of others' eyes. The rucksack-bearing man, on the other hand, was blatantly terrified. He desperately scrambled up and tried to run away. So from chapter 6 to chapter 6, you could say we got to know those people wearing rucksacks being affiliated with Nozomi and Noah 2. You could say rebroadcasting Noah 2 signals. And now we see that Senna is working against people with rucksacks, you could say, by swinging her sword around. That may give us a clue that you could say we have two factions here now. We could say or actually three factions, you could say. The Committee of 300, Nozomi, and then our sword bearing young people. The porters, yeah, the people with the bags are porters, and they will somehow belong to Nozomi. Committee of 300 is, you could say, the boss of Nozomi, but Nozomi is not really following the Committee of 300, so that's why I consider them separate factions. And then we have are they called Gigalomaniacs? Am I right with that? Or young people with the D-swords? And Shogun seems to be somewhat involved with creating Gigalomaniacs, maybe? Because he wanted to force Takumi to get a D-sword in chapter 6. Yeah, the sword-bearing young people are Gigalomaniacs. So I assume that Shogun is with the Gigalomaniacs in some sense. But he may be a fourth faction of its own, you could say. That's what you could say my analysis or my observation. The rucksack-bearing man, on the other hand, was blatantly terrified. He desperately scrambled up and tried to run away. But the girl wouldn't permit this. Chasing the man with finally owned movements, she swung that enormous sword with ease. On the other hand, if Shogun is really behind the new gen murder cases, then his alignment with the Gigalomaniacs faction is not particularly logic. So he should be a fourth, you could say, faction. You could say a faction of his own that depends on the other three. Maybe, I don't know. Like a fierce gale, the sword sliced apart the rucksack he was wearing. The force of the impact made him topple over. However, it didn't look like he'd been hurt. And in reality, the officer who came running to examine the scene after receiving a report about it had found not a single remnant of blood. As if she had heard his mutter. Though it was a recorded tape, so she couldn't have. The girl suddenly turned towards the camera. The screen went slightly jumbled. The girl's form disappeared instantaneously, almost as if she had never been there from the start. But the man's slashed rucksack remained behind as an undeniable mark of her presence. Though the visual noise it made it hard to decipher, it was certain that she had vanished from the screen in less than a full second. Ban rewound the film again. There was nothing unnatural looking about the timestamp displayed at the lower right hand side of the screen. In other words, this tape, it hadn't been edited. If so, how was one supposed to explain away that girl and her sword? Playing as though he'd seen a ghost or something, Ban was left alone with his perplexity. In the midst of a perfect whiteness, I lay down. I felt soft, fluffy sensation of floating. But I didn't know whether or not I was levitating. I didn't have any sense of up or down, right or left. The silence was noisy in my ears. It was like hundreds of crickets. Crickets were crying out in my head all at once. I couldn't have experienced any doubts if someone told me this was the world that came after death. For it was so monotonous, simple, tranquil, regulated, orderly, empty, and peaceful. Maybe this was what it felt like inside of the mind of a Buddha who had achieved enlightenment. It was vastly different from being in my head. I wanted to stay here forever. The aggravation, bitterness, and hollowness of reality, I didn't want to taste such things. Just as I thought this to myself, noise started flying into the white and previously soundless world. It was the sound of a door opening and someone's footsteps. They were drawing closer.
Oni, 来たよ。一緒、一緒。お兄、お兄、今日ね、ママね、いいもの持ってきたんだよ。はい、これ、プレゼント。手編みの帽子なんだよ。すごいでしょ？すごいでしょ？もう冬だしね。ママね、帽子好きだから編んだの。使ってね。お兄、無視しないでよ。ご飯残してるじゃん。せっかくのカレーなのに。 食べないとダメなんだよ。ねえねえ、病院のご飯って美味しくないって本当？でも食べないとダメ。
食べないのダメ。
起きろ、鬼。食べずに寝たら夜になってお腹空いちゃうんだから。
Someone's hand slid around behind my neck, and they forced my body up. There, for the first time, I noticed that my eyes were closed. A little girl was there when I opened my eyes. She was Nanami. My little sister. But she seemed awfully small. How long ago was this? At least, it must have been around where we were in elementary school. So is this a dream of his, I think? The young Nanami dipped a plastic spoon into the curry and held it out toward me. I hit her spoon-holding hand and went on to inexplicably fling away the tray the curry rested on and slamming it into the floor with my arm. How mean! How could somebody actually do that? It's like...
Oni, お行儀悪いんだ。お母さんに言いつけてやるぞ。
I don't know, but... like if I would do this to my mom, she would be raging. And Nanami is calm, like... wow. Nanami crouched to pick the hurdle tray off the floor, then brought a dish rack from the sink in the corner of the room and began cleaning.
ほんと、世話が焼けるな。ナナがいないと何にもできないんだから。
Stop it already. I covered my face with both my hands and slowly closed my eyes.
ごめんね。あなたを守ってあげられなくて。
When I gradually opened my eyes, I saw a white ceiling. Dazzling white. I blinked my eyelids multiple times. I tried moving my fingers. I tried raising my hand over my head. My palm created a shadow. Is that what finally released me from the brightness? I'd seen a dream about Nanami. Nanami had been the reliable sword even back then. When I stopped speaking to anyone after the bus accident during my elementary school years, that tendency of Nanami grew more pronounced. Unlike my parents, who simply became overprotective, she took care of all kinds of things for me, even while being verbally hard on me. But that dream... had I ever been hospitalized? I'd commuted there for checkups, but, well, it was a dream, so there wasn't much meaning in seriously pondering minor discrepancies. I lay back on the bed. It was a white pipe-framed bed, white sheets, white pillow, a white linoleum floor, white walls, white fluorescent lights in the ceiling, white curtains covering the window, small white shelves beside the bed, a white pitcher set atop them, white paper cups. I steadily grew sick of it. I raised my torso with all my might. For a second, a numb pain shot through my waist, but it soon diminished. The room was fairly spacious, at least 2 times bigger than my base. But that didn't change the fact that it was so Spartan. Perhaps it was a hospital room. A pair of green slippers had been lined up close by my bed. It relieved me to find a color other than white. I could move my body so it seemed that I hadn't died. My throat was dry. I wanted to drink Coke, cold Coke with lots of carbonation, but there was nothing in the sort of this in this pure white room, and I had no choice except to pour water from the pitcher directly into my mouth. And while you're desperately wanting some Coke, some Coca-Cola, Mountain View is a decent village in California. It was a little lukewarm, but still more if sufficient to wet my throat. As I took a breather after my drink, the door opened, and a white-garbed nurse came in. I then understood that this was a hospital after all. Her eyes went a bit round when she saw me. Apparently she'd thought I would be sleeping.
Ara.
Ara? Is this Ara Ara?
西条さん、目が覚めたんですね。
She soon gave me a gentle smile. She was a model nurse. Speaking of which, I had a hunch that I'd seen her somewhere before. All right. She was the lady who'd been in the hospital when Dr. Takashina examined me. What had her name been again? I couldn't remember, so I took a furtive look at the name tag on her chest. It said Hazuki. Yeah, Hazuki-san.
お体の調子はどうですか?
Yeah, Hazuki-san held a thermometer out to me. The gesture came naturally to her. I just sort of ended up taking it.
体温を測ってくださいね。
If you speak to me that kindly, I'm not gonna be able to do anything but meekly obey. My head was full of question marks, but for the time being, I stuck the thermometer in my armpit. Immediately after, memories erupted inside my head. I remembered those events. Please tell us. We want to know what happened, dude. At the time, I'd given up on saving Nanami, and I'd seized at the wheelchair riding Shogun. But I didn't feel anything there, and what I found myself holding when I toppled over was a Darth Spider helmet. Count Darth Spider, the archetypal villain who appeared in the movie Spark Wars. His black swathed silhouette was famous even in Japan. But I had such a hard time thinking of Shogun as being a Darth Spider cosplayer that it sent my wrath flying away, leaving me totally at sea. I got up and looked at the wheelchair. No one was sitting in it. A black hood was draped across the backrest. It, too, was part of the Darth Spider costume. I went on to survey the area, but no one was there. I was the only person who had been up on that pitch-black roof. The press corps came dashing up there simultaneously. They packed in around me without leaving a single gap, pointing at microphones and spotlights at me. Well over 10 lights and microphones. Their excessive vigor almost terrified me. I wanted to flee, but I couldn't budge an inch. They mobbed me.
Nishio-kun!
How dare they call him Kun?
結局ニュージェネの犯人は誰なのかわからないということですか？
そのダーススパイダーのヘルメットは何か超能力と関係あるのかな？
日常さん、答えてくれませんか？これで終わりなんて言うなら電波ジャックですよ。
結局何がしたかったんです？ニュージェネに便乗した売名行為ですか？不謹慎だと思わないんですか？
ユーリ・ブライトマンさんとは最近話したかな？どんなこと話した？
地震とニュージェネについて何か関係あると思いますか？
そ その手に持っている美少女フィギュアは何らかの儀式的なアイテムと考えていいんですか？
The Bishoujo is a ceremonial item.
このような行動を取ったことにはアニメやゲームの影響はあったのかな？
西条さん、
西条さん、
西条君。
The lights aimed at me were incredibly hot. It felt much like getting my skin burnt in the midsummer sun. The media people flooding in made it stuffy and my head went blank. Yeah. Sarah, town figure, yeah. My field of sight swirled around and around. Being driven into a corner, panicking, it hurt to breathe. I cradled my head. I couldn't see anything. I didn't want to see anything. I couldn't hear anything. I didn't want to hear anything. I couldn't feel anything. I didn't want to feel anything.
やめてくれ！
At the same time that I shouted, my consciousness cut off as though it had been short-circuited. Yes, I'd lost consciousness. And then afterward, how did I end up in this hospital? I couldn't remember. At least, I didn't think I'd come here on my own 2 feet. Maybe I'd been carried over by an ambulance. Hazuki-san was writing something down on the clipboard that she carried. It must have been holding paper or something. Was she writing about my condition? I confirmed the time by peering at the plain-looking watch on her wrist. After 6 a.m. I must have slept for quite a while. Even so, why had I been taken to this hospital? Yeah. Let's go for green, then for red, and then neutral. Hazuki-san. Being here meant that this was the hospital I usually went to. There certainly wasn't anything strange about them bearing me to a general hospital. But something about it didn't quite fit together. The question of why has Hazuki-san come to check on me nagged at me. After all, Hazuki-san was a psychiatric nurse. If she had come to look in on me, didn't it mean this room was part of a damn English verdammt, psychiatric ward as well. Delusions start.
それにしても驚いた。
Eyes wide, Hazuki-san studied my face intently.
まさか西条さんが目覚めるなんて。
Her way of putting it made it sound like it was strange for me to have woken up. Was she being sarcastic? Did she want to say that someone as shameful as me would cause less trouble for everyone around me if I stayed asleep for the rest of my life? Having even a nurse imply such things to me made me seriously want to die. Yet the facts of which Hazuki-san spoke were unexpected and utterly different from what I was imagining.
あなたはこの1ヶ月近くずっと昏睡状態だったんですよ。原因不明のまま眠り続けていたんです。
What has she just said? How long was a month ago?
今日って。
落ち着いて聞いてくださいね。今日は10月28日です。
October 28th? It matched the date in my memory. 1 month earlier would mean ever since the time I had witnessed the staking. I went speechless.
あ、そうだ。先生に伝えないといけませんよね。こんなにのんびり検温してる場合じゃなかったわ。ここで待っていてくださいね。すぐに先生を呼んできますから。
After rattling this off without leaving any room for an answer, Hazuki-san dashed hastily out of the hospital bedroom.
僕が
1ヶ月昏睡状態だった。
I muttered dazedly, looking down at the palm of my hand. In other words, everything from the past month had been a dream. I couldn't possibly have anticipated that it was all a dream twist, but mysteriously, there was nothing unpleasant about it. I had a surprisingly easy time accepting it when I heard it had been a dream. And when I thought about it harder, things like D-Sword and making the illusions real were simply impossible. Everything had been an illusion, purely delusions of my own creation. It was too bad that meeting Rimi had been a dream. But Shogun wasn't targeting me, and I hadn't become the laughingstock of all Japan. Nanabe hadn't been abducted. Thank goodness. My field of sight blurred, and when I looked up to keep from crying, Hazuki-san entered. Her eyes went a bit round when she saw me.
あら。西条さん、目が覚めたんですね。
She soon gave me a gentle smile. Puzzled, I found myself unable
お
to
体の
move.
調子はどうですか？
Hazuki-san held a thermometer out to me. The gesture came naturally to her. I just sort of ended up taking it. Is this a déjà vu?
体温を測ってくださいね。
I gulped as I accepted the thermometer. It was the same. We were repeating the same thing as before. Hazuki-san acted like she'd entered the room for the first time. I attentively felt at my armpit. I'd stuck a thermometer in there just a second ago, but despite that, gone. The thermometer had disappeared. Had it been delusionary? Where did the delusion end and reality begin? My being targeted by Shogun and becoming the laughingstock of all Japan? Were those parts all real? My mood dropped towards depression in the blink of an eye.
昨日ご家族がお見えになっていたんですけど、西条さんの意識が戻らないので、日付が変わる頃にお帰りになりました。今日は診察時間が始まる頃にお母様が来るそうですよ。
Lacking the energy to answer, I nodded at her. Mom, I must be the most disgraceful son in Japan. No, in the whole world. I'd been broadcast live on live TV of all things. My moment of shame had aired throughout the nation of Japan. It had definitely been uploaded to YouTube too. I had no clue I had been set up as the miracle Esper boy. On top of that, it was abnormal for them to do a live broadcast of my every little move on the day of such an enormous earthquake. I could only assume that everyone did really have their minds controlled by Shogun. In any case, I'd been publicly disgraced. This wasn't something mild enough to enough to stop an online lynching. Would I be able to live uneventfully from now on? Suddenly, Naname's face rose at the back of my mind. I bit my lip and clenched at my knees. Even so, if I had been able to help Nanami, none of it would have been a problem. I wouldn't have minded, even if everyone in the world laughed mockingly at me, saying, "What a pathetic guy," for the rest of my life. But I hadn't even been able to save Nanami.
Nana.
Nana, Ufu. Great big tears poured out of me.
どうしました？どこか痛みます？
I went on weeping as I shook my head over and over. Nanami was dead. Nanami would never come back. It was my fault, my fault, my fault! Because I was useless. Nanami had died. Coaxed by Seratan's, rather, my weak heart's words, I'd been in a rush to give up on obtaining my D-Sword. I'd viewed myself as a poor little victim. I'd chosen to stay alive, even at the cost of sacrificing Nanami. I loathed my no good self from the bottom of my heart. If I had tried only a little harder, even though it had been my own decision to give up, I looked back when everything was already done with and regretted my actions. That was the absolute worst thing about me. Thoughts wouldn't save anyone. Even so, I couldn't help thinking along these lines. I'd try a little harder if only I could rewind time and go back. Although, if I actually did go back there, I'd surely make the same excuses and give up again. I'm always like that. I truly was beyond helping.
ななみ。ごめん。ななみ。
Hazuki-san rubbed my back as though to soothe me. I was a hopeless guy, through and through. I was even giving an unrelated nurse a hard time, but my tears wouldn't do me the favor of
何
stopping.
か後悔していることがあるんですね。
Is this dialogue gonna be long?
でもきっと妹さんも許してくれますよ。
How did you know Nanami was my little sister? Besides, I didn't need much time-worn words of comfort. Sorry, Hazuki-san, but it's not like another person is gonna understand what I feel like. I truly detested and felt ashamed of myself, always being spoiled by others, only thinking of myself. A person like me ought to die. Maybe I should seriously give death a try.
昨日もしきりに西条さんのことを心配していましたよ。とても可愛らしい妹さんですね。
What are you
な
saying?
なみは、妹は、死にました。
Abducted by Shogun with her arm cut off, confined somewhere. In the end, she had probably died alone. My heart seemed about to tear asunder as when I imagined it.
そうなんですか？
Is she really? So I'm gonna put a save point here and try out the other delusion, because it's not giving us a clue when the delusion ends. So... yeah, this is what I'm trying to figure out. They have probably converged somewhere, and I have missed the point of converging. Red.
警察の人が後でお話を聞きたいそうですよ。
So I skipped the stuff we have already read. Someone from the police would... okay.
Eh?
Hazuki-san's gentle tone of voice turned chilly. Without looking at me, Hazuki-san continued speaking flatly while writing something on the paper held on a clipboard.
妹さんを殺すなんて、ひどい人ですね。
Ooh. What was she saying?
あなたの家で見つかったそうですよ。
What a twist. Right after we left off at this question, we switched to this delusion. Like, the question of... she's dead, and now the nurse says she's dead.
死体。
Die. What?
妹さんの手首を切り落として持ち歩いていたなんて、まともじゃないわ。
僕は殺してない。
そう主張しているらしいですね。意味不明なことばかり言ってて話にならないって、刑事さんがぼやいてました。心神喪失で無罪っていうのを狙ってるんですか？
Pleads temporary insanity.
でもみんな思ってますよ。あなたが殺したんだって。
My heart contracted sharply, and I had the hallucination that my sight went dark. I became unsure of myself. I killed Nanami, you say? It's a
こ
lie.
の人殺し。
Kitakurashi. Hazuki-san went still when she stopped writing. She deliberately held her clipboard out to me. Sonome, dare no me? Okay, this is a sign of the delusion has ended, but we haven't had that at the other delusion. When I came back to myself with a gasp, I was in the same bed, in the same room. The sheets I'd kicked off earlier were, for some reason, covering me again. Hazuki-san, who should have been standing right next to the bed, had vanished at some point, wiping the cold side of my... seeping out of my forehead. I looked around the hospital room once again. Asuka-san entered along with a knock, and her eyes went a little round when she saw me.
あら、西条さん、目が覚めたんですね。
Asuka-san held the thermometer.
体
Okay.
温を測ってくだ
Temperature measuring. Yeah, this is probably where it has converged, but it doesn't let me skip much.
昨日、
7
Okay, we're back to where we have left off at the other delusion. Okay. So the point of convergence was a bit earlier already. Let's have a look at the backlog. Yeah. Let's have a look here. Okay, the family visited. That was something we didn't read. The mother plans, your mother plans on coming around. That's what info we also didn't get. Yeah. Okay. Back we are at the thing. So I'm gonna keep reading until midnight. And if at midnight we're stuck at a delusion, we're gonna continue that delusion. Else we'll stop at midnight.
どうしました？どこか痛みます？
I went on weeping as I shook my head over and over. Nanami was dead. Nanami would never come back. It was my fault, my fault, my fault, my fault! Because I was useless, Nanami had died. Coaxed by Seratan's rather my weak heart's words, I'd been in a rush to give up on obtaining my D-sword. I viewed myself as a poor little victim. I'd chosen to stay alive, even at the cost of sacrificing Nanami. I loathed my no-good self from the bottom of my heart. If, back then, if I had tried only a little harder, even though it had been on my own decision to give up, I looked back when everything was already done with and regretted my actions. That was the absolute worst thing about me. Thoughts wouldn't save anyone. Even so, I couldn't help but thinking along those lines. If I try a little harder, if I only could rewind time and go back, although I actually did go back there, I'd surely make the same excuses and give up again. I'm always like that. I truly was beyond helping.
ななみごめんななみ
This is so sad. Alexa, play last game. Hazuki-san rubbed my back, as though to soothe me. I was a hopeless guy through and through. I was even giving an unrated nurse a hard time. Okay, we have had that. But my tears wouldn't do me the favor of
何
stopping.
かでもきっと
Okay, we've had that already. Comforting and stuff. Person like me ought to die. Maybe I should see if this can give.
昨日もしきりに西条さんのことをとても可愛らしい妹さんですね。
Hold on. She was endlessly worried about you yesterday too. She seems like a very sweet little sister. So she's alive. Nanami is alive.
ななみは妹は死にました。
Usoda. abducted by Shogun with her arm cut off, confined somewhere in the end. She had probably died alone. My heart seemed about to tear asunder when I imagined it.
そうなんですか？ごめんなさい。勘違いしてしまって。
Until now, I'd always thought Nanami was obnoxious, but when you got down to it, we were siblings who'd been raised together for 16 years. She always fretted over me, even while calling me an idiot and stupid. She'd been loud and persistent because she was constantly attempting to bring me out of my little life of dissipation. When she brought provisions from home, instead of just chucking them at me, she invariably tried to eat together with me. Usually, a girl of her age would totally ignore a creepy otaku brother like me. Nanami spoke ill of me, but she spoke to me all the same. She'd listen to what I said, what I had to say as well. Even at school, far from avoiding me, she'd come up to me of her own accord. Even with an otaku freak and a virgin like me, Nanami always saw me as her only big brother. Isn't that cute? And an individual human being. Her existence had been a huge source of support for me, though it was too late to realize it now.
でも、だとしたら、鬼ってどういう意味なのかしら？
Like I said, she must be alive. Not quite comprehending what she'd said, I raised my head. The blurriness of tears made it hard to see Hazuki-san's expression. What had she said just now?
眠ってる西條さんを、お兄、お兄と何度も呼んでいたから、その印象が強くて。
A person who calls me like that, there's only one.
それ、本当ですか？
I unthinkingly sprang out of bed and pressed it on Hazuki-san.
妹が、ななみがここに来てたんですか？
いえ、はっきりお名前を聞いたわけでは。
僕のこと鬼って呼んでたんですね。
ええ。
ななみは今どこに？
ですから、昨日はお帰りになりましたけど、西條さんのお母様と一緒に。
怪我とかしてませんでしたか？
はい。いえ、特には。
元気だったんですね。ななみは元気だったんですね。
はい。いえ、ななみさんかどうかはわかりませんけど、昨日いらしていた女の子は元気そうでしたよ。
As far as I could tell from Hazuki-san's words, there was no mistaking it. Stupefied, I sat back down on the bed. How on earth, even though Shogun said he won't give Nanami back unless I cleared the quest. Surely he hadn't sympathized with us and released her, or had Nanami escaped under her own power? But then, how was I supposed to explain the hand that had gotten sent to me? According to Hazuki-san, Nanami hadn't been injured at all.
もしかしたら君の家に送ったあの手首は別人のものかもしれないよ。
Yeah. Didn't think you could actually trust Shogun in any sense. Those words hadn't been a lie. I'd been dancing on the palm of Shogun's hand. He'd only been deceiving me. No, at this point, I didn't care a bit about getting deceived.
そっか。
I see. That's how it was. That's how it was. Nanami had never been kidnapped from the start. While I desperately tried to grasp onto my distorted O-front, Nanami must have been lazing around at home, reading manga, or going to karaoke with her friends and showcasting her shitty singing voice. But still, how did you get that bangle and her phone? Takumi, you're not quite right there. How did Shogun get the bangle and the phone? Despite the fact that I was crying, laughter bubbled up inside me.
将軍にまんまと騙された。 なんという壮大な釣りだよ。
Dude, what's that for kind of laughter? Nanny was alive. She was alive. I could see that goddamn impudent face of hers again. I could hear her yappy, annoying voice. The thought of it filled my whole heart with relief, and joy surged through me.
よかった。
My tears wouldn't stop. But these weren't the tears of frustration I'd wept previously.
よかった。
I was a useless guy beyond all salvation. Yesterday too, I'd given up on trying to do something about it with my own strength. But even so, as long as none of you were alive, I wouldn't seek anything else. Like I'd cared if the rest of the world mocked me with its laughter. I was truly glad. Another investigation meeting was convened by the Shibuya Police Department's conference room today. All of the detectives were exhausted and looked exasperated at the thought of how many hours this fruitless meeting might continue. Around when Matsunaga had began listening to the individual investigators' reports, Ban unexpectedly raised his hand and gingerly stood up.
ちょっといいですかね。
なんだね。
Not only Matsunaga, but the other detectives and also Suva, who had been sitting beside Ban, listened to him with dubious expressions. Wearing his usual frivolous and friendly smile, Ban gave them a quick bow with his head, then looked around.
先日インターネット上に投稿されたいわゆる集団ダイブの映像についてなんですが、実はちょっとした発見をしまして。え？
Suva wore a face of blatant surprise. It was expected because Ban had investigated the film without saying a single word about it to Suva, who he was supposed to have paired up with. Then again, the reason for it wasn't that he'd wanted to keep it secret from Suva, but rather...
バン警部補。君は確か貼り付けの捜査担当だったはずだが、なぜ集団ダイブについて調べている？
Well, that was pretty much what it came down to. Ban had taken independent action, ignoring instructions from headquarters, and if he got Suva involved in it, a young detective with a bright future ahead of him would get tied down by his superiors. He'd avoided that.
まあ、とりあえず見てくださいって。
Laughing foolishly, Ban took 2 elongated photos from a file close at hand. He stuck them to the blackboard with magnets.
これはどっちも集団ダイブの現場となったコーネリアスタワー屋上の写真です。右の写真は例のミュウツベ投稿映像から抜き出したもの。
YouTube!
左のは昨日の夜、私がタワー屋上に行って撮ってきたものになります。何か違いに気づきませんか？
His demeanor full of insinuations, Ban slowly surveyed the large conference room before finally looking straight at Matsunaga.
君は弁護士にでもなったつもりかね？
A lawyer.
要点を分かりやすく説明したまえ。
Next to Ban, Suva kept craning his neck. Nor did the other detectives make any effort to hide their confusion.
背景がね、違うんです。
It kind of is because, you know, if you compare those two photos, they look kind of similar, but this massive tower is just gone.
投稿映像のカメラは北東へ向かってる。5人が転落したのが北東だったから間違いない。 で、映像では3分29秒から約15秒間、カメラが左右へ大きく触れるんですが、その時に東に向いた時の映像がこの右側の写真なわけです。コーネリアスタワーの東、つまり六本木方面ですね。
六本木。
東京タワーが夜景の中にしっかり映ってる。あ、でもね、もう一つよく目立つものが映ってないんですよ。
よく目立つもの？
Eyes narrowed, stroking the scraps of beard on his jaw with his hand. Ban put on a self-deprecating
六
smile.
本木ビルズですよ。
あ、
The conference room burst into a commotion. Indeed, one couldn't see the light of the Bill's building in the photo taken from the uploaded video. The photo Ban had snapped yesterday, on the other hand, had clearly captured both Tokyo Tower and the lighted windows of Roppongi Bills.
で、たまたま見つけたんですが、コーネリアスタワーのホテルロビーにタワー完成当時のパネルが展示してありましてね。そのパネルの一つがこれ。
So is this thing the Roppongi thingy? I don't know. Ban took a new photo out of a file and stuck the two photos next to each other. It too was a picture of the Roppongi view from the roof of the tower, but it was a daytime photograph, not a night
六
one.
本木ビルズが映ってますよね。建設中ですが。
The rumble in the conference room swelled. Matsunaga fell silent and regarded the photos
コー
sternly.
ネリアスタワーの完成は2001年。六本木ビルズの完成は2003年。タワー完成当時の写真では、当然ながら六本木ビルズは建設中で、まだ高さもほとんどない。だが、集団ダイブが起きたのは今年2008年だ。映ってなきゃおかしいですよね。六本木ビルズ。ちなみに投稿映像に細工された形跡はなかった。
つまり何が言いたいんだ？
As though losing his patience, Matsunaga urged him on in a grumpy sounding voice.
非常に言いにくいんですが。
まさか先輩、この映像が撮られたのは2003年以前、つまり5年以上前って言いたいんすか？
Okay. Oi, oi, Suwa. Ban's shoulders dropped, crestfallen. Suwa had said exactly what he'd meant to imply, and he admired this young detective's mental sharpness and discernment. But when you stated it straight up like that, it couldn't help but seem much more sketchy. Ban's prudence about whether or not to say it had returned to the earth, ashes to ashes and dust to dust.
バカバカしい。小説の読みすぎではないがね。映像に映っている被害者5人の顔は一致しているんだ。あれが5年前のもののはずがない。そんなつまらないことを調べている暇があったら、聞き込みの一つでもしたらどうだ、警部補。
ああ。
今のは聞かなかったことにする。それと、後で話があるから会議が終わったら残りたまえ。
Ban let out a small sigh, gave up, and sat down. Well, it wasn't like he thought anyone would believe him. Lethargically waving his fan at himself, he inwardly muttered, "Sour grapes." That said, Ban himself hadn't determined the answer to why the Wii U didn't show up on the bills. After I found out that Nanami was alive, a doctor came to me and asked me a number of simple questions. They were questions to determine whether or not my condition was back to normal. As I answered half-heartedly, I made the decision to leave the hospital before my mom arrived. How could I possibly face my family after having been shamed in front of the whole nation? Besides, if Nanami came, I was positive I'd be overjoyed and start bawling. And without any idea of how I felt, Nanami would yell at me, straight-faced, saying, "Don't make me worry so much, you moron, baka." When I envisioned that scene, I almost fainted from embarrassment. As a result, I decided to beat a strategic retreat before I fell into such a situation. After nibbling a little bit of the horrible breakfast they gave me, I furtively left the hospital room. I've descended to the first floor and crossed the lobby. Since the hospital hadn't opened yet, the lobby, which was normally bulging at this time, bulging at the seams with old people, was now quiet and still. I managed to breeze out through the front entrance. Fortunately, the automatic doors opened properly for me. The nurses and physicians might get angry at me for slipping out of the hospital on my own, but all I had to do was avoid going back there until things cooled down. There shouldn't be any issues with the hospitalization fee, since I'd left a note for my mom with "please pay them later." Though I had spent the night at the hospital, I felt physically fine, and psychologically knowing that Nanami was okay, it made my gloom lessen considerably. Proceeding with great care in case Shogun and Yua were lying in wait for me along the way, I hastened back to my base. I'd come back. My emotional state was utterly different from when I left here last night. Of course, now I felt refreshed. In fact, I wanted to say a word or two to yesterday's self. You take the bait too seriously. M9. Okay, we've got a... Hey Kumin, we've got a piece of untranslated... yeah, emoji you could say. Nanami's gonna be okay even without you freaking out like that, lol. Haha. That kind of thing. But yesterday had been really tough. Anything and everything had been tough. In the morning there was that weird phone call. An earthquake took place. My hard disk data got cleared. I'd been forced to witness IS's failed suicide attempt. Shogun had emailed me. He'd sent me a severed hand. Severed. Is it severed or severed? I'm not sure. Severed. My hyper mood drained away in an instant. I swallowed jerkily and cast my line of sight at the fridge. That hand was in there. Yesterday, before leaving here, after considering what to do about it with my discombobulated mind, I'd stuck the hand in the fridge for the time being. If I left it hanging around outside, it might rot, and the smell of blood would lie thick. Sci-fi animated movies often use the premise that people can remain in a state of apparent death for hundreds of years as long as you keep them frozen in storage. In a word, I'd landed on the same sort of idea. Yesterday, I'd always thought that once Nanami was safe, if her hand was preserved with even a little of its former freshness, maybe they could surgically reattach it. Surgically reattaching stuff. If it weren't Nanami's hand, whose could it be? And how was I supposed to account for the cell phone and the bangle? Unless my eyes were mistaken, those definitely belonged to Nanami. When I called her, it had connected me to the cell phone in the hand's grip. What else? Everything, those parts included, was part of the trap Shogun had laid for me. Was it really possible to so perfectly replicate Nanami's arm?
もう一度確かめてみるべきかも。
I thought I seriously didn't want to. A human hand? Disgusting. Recalling it nearly made me throw up. Even if it were Nanami's. But simply because of that, I couldn't let it stay in my fridge for who knew how long. At this rate, I wouldn't be able to chill my Coke either. For a second, I thought of giving it to the police, but on a second thought, they suspected me of being the new gen perpetrator. Under those circumstances, it'd be suicidal to call 110 and tell them, please take a severed hand from me. What should I do? Maybe I ought to throw it away. But I felt like it'd be bad to chuck it if it were Nanami's arm. Hypothetically speaking, for starters, was it okay to throw a human hand into the garbage? If you were going to, did it belong with burnable garbage? Unburnable garbage? I scratched my head. Nothing would come of pondering it. For now, I should take a more careful look at the bracelet the hand was wearing and the cell phone it held, to see whether they were Nanami's or not. I stood in front of the fridge and gripped its handle. I closed my eyes and took 2 or 3 deep breaths. I was tempted to call Rimi and have her examine it in my place, but I soon chased away that temptation. Rimi might be my ally, but finding a human hand in my fridge would make anyone pull back. If I screwed up, she might grow wary of me and send me to the police. My only option was to do something about it myself.
くそ。
Ah, damn it. I grit my teeth. I took another 2 deep breaths. And my mind made up. I pulled the handle.
あれ
Huh? Gone. I didn't spot it anywhere. The hand that I definitely put in there yesterday. A hand wrapped in aluminum foil. I'd left it on the top level. Yet not even a shadow of it remained. In the fridge were several plastic bottles of Coke and some rotting clementines. That was all.
消えた。なんで
Nande? It had unexpectedly vanished. I crouched and peeked all the way to the back of the fridge. But it still wasn't there. Anyway, I couldn't have overlooked it given that there wasn't much in here. And it was mostly
昨日
empty.
ここに入れたよな。
Or had I just made myself think that and in reality I'd left it sitting out? I closed the fridge and looked around the trash-strewn room.
段ボールもない。
The large cardboard box that the hand had been put in What had I done with it yesterday? I had a sense that I'd tossed it into a corner of the room, but at any rate, my memories of last night weren't very clear. Because yesterday had been more eventful than my brain capacity could handle, not to mention that each event made a huge impact on me, and I'd been out of sorts. From start to finish. Calm down, cool your head, and try to get organized. Let's think about why the hand had been here yesterday is gone. Black. I started my word processing software and began writing up a list of the various possibilities that occurred to me. What reasons can I think of for the disappearance of the hand in my fridge? The disappearance of Nanami's hand. I was mistaken. I left it somewhere else in my room. Yesterday, I myself took it outside and threw it away somewhere. Shogun took it back. In truth, the police searched my room and confiscated it. The mass media broke in and stole it. The hand didn't even exist in the first place. Okay. My basement had been unlocked ever since yesterday, so anyone could have been entered without much difficulty. In fact, that was precisely why Shogun had been able to leave the hand in my room. Or was it two? I didn't have clear memories of when I left here to go to O-Front. My feeling of I have to save Nanami and the fear of Shogun that came when I saw the hand. In any case, a range of emotions spiraled in me, filling me to the brim. I hadn't been cool-headed at all. Maybe I had unconsciously taken the hand with me and when I left and had thrown it away in a trash can somewhere. Alternatively, everything about the hand had been a delusion, and in truth, it had never existed to begin with. But when I opened my email, yesterday's mail from Shogun was still there. All the stuff about his present to me and whatnot was written there, plain as day. Besides, Shogun himself had referred to the hand yesterday. If I had a real hard time thinking of it as being a delusion of mine. What about the possibility that the police or the media had taken it? They look at otaku creeps like me with contempt, so the chances of that might be unexpectedly strong. Otaku murders his sister. Yeah, sure. There isn't that much that's more worthy of protection than your own Emoto. I was scared to go online after yesterday's events. Even so, I couldn't keep from wanting to see for myself, and I opened my browser. I began by looking up the main news page at Taboo, plus the news sites I usually frequented. As expected, there were a bunch of articles lined up about yesterday's bad lava at the pedestrian scramble. The airwave stealing Esper is an Akiba-type feral boy? Interesting stuff. ESP show by a young new generation boy reached its curtain call in the worst blah blah. Hearing that a magnitude 5 earthquake had been taking place in Shibuya blah blah blah. MHK, BTS and TVU he broadcast special reports blah blah. TV decided to simultaneously provide a live broadcast blah blah. However, protests calls soon began to blah blah. Okay. 5,000 fans. Okay, here we have a complete article. Virus Doctor version 11. That's the... What an advert. An ESP show by a young new generation boy reached its curtain call in the worst manner possible. Hearing that a magnitude 5 earthquake had taken place in Shibuya around noon on the 27th, MHK, BTS and TVU he broadcast special reports by TV Today and Mount Fuji TV decided to simultaneously provided a live broadcast of his show starting at around 9 p.m. However, protest calls soon began pouring in. Let down by how he had dodged his promises, approximately 5,000 friends booed for over an hour at the Shibuya Station Plaza. Fights also broke out between them, which resulted in 13 arrests. In the end, he did find his sword, I think. Wait. No, he actually didn't. Or actually, I have to rewatch that. My memories aren't that clear. So I remember that you could say he saw his he should have. Yeah, he saw it. That's what I'm trying to say. At the very least, that's, you could say, where it branches off into the bad ending, where he decides to, no, I can't do it. It's where he decides to, no, it's not a real sword what I'm seeing. It's all fake. And then he jumps and dies. That's what happened last stream. So, well, he didn't jump, he was pushed down, I think. But he saw his D sword, but I think he wasn't able to grab it just yet. But you can watch that in the recording of last time. So, not too sure. That's a question that's answered in the recording, Kumin. So, back to this website. His email in which he declared he would use clairvoyance to determine the culprit in the brutal series of incidents currently taking place in the Shibuya, aka the new generation madness, initially garnered skepticism amongst the broadcast station he sent it to. Okay, weird. However, when the American psychic investigator Yuri Brightman contacted them, stating that he was Boy N's guardian, TV Today and Mount Fuji believed him completely. For both TV Today and Mount Fuji TV, the broadcast rating peaked at over 40%, a shocking number that surpasses their popular year-end programming. Well, this must come with the caveat that it is ultimately a number derived from broadcasts that aired around the same time as programming related to the earthquake. It cannot be said that the decision to go ahead with the broadcast did not lead to rating success. However, Boy N was not an esper or anything of the sort. He riled up viewers by showing signs of being about to jump from the building countless times. But his performance ended there. The satisfied reporters charged the roof in an attempt to at least obtain some kind of commentary about the new gen cases, but that too misfired. It is said that the boy collapsed on the roof, holding a cosplay costume from a famous Hollywood movie, as well as moe anime figures. According to Professor Yashiba Yoshiro of Akimasa University, an expert on optical culture, there are an increasing number of youths who have heroic dreams without a thought for the trouble they might cause around them. Influenced by anime and games, he must have lost the ability to distinguish between fantasy and reality, began to actually put his dreams into action. He'll need psychological care. Whatever else, this was a case of a most peculiar false alarm. Basically, it's saying TLDR Chunibyo. I hadn't emailed the media. I'd never seen Yuri Brightman's TV show, and naturally I knew not a thing about him. What could it all mean? Everything had been arranged by Shogun, after all? What for? What for? Yeah, I have a little bit of a cold. I'm sorry. Still, this won't stop me from streaming. He's talking about a quest or something. But what was to begin by pushing me to get a D-sword to the point of making the media feature me in a live broadcast? I didn't understand what Shogun wanted to do. He'd even let Nanami go with her life. Give me a sec. I followed the links to read all kinds of articles, but none of them touched on Shogun. Was he even there? You could say, well, did the media even see Shogun? There had been almost no time gap between when I barreled out Shogun and the mass media came rushing in. Even if Shogun had used that time to flee, he would, without a doubt, have been spotted by the media. It was still more inconceivable for someone with a wheelchair, that is, Shogun, who shouldn't have been able to use his legs freely, to escape the scene with such a short period of time. Was it even Shogun in the first place? That's also a valid question. Or was it just a puppet? Furthermore, I took a look around Achan. As I predicted, things were going wild on there. They repeated my real name over and over. So we have an Achan thread to read. Wasn't that Nishiju's dude's uniform from Sume? Hey, anyone in this thread a Sume student? Boy, in, too stupid, lol. Die you. Meep, lol. Chill out, Nishiju, for real. Argo are gonna get bashed again because of you. They found out what figure he was holding. Sarah from Burachu. Ha ha ha. So creepy. Argo freaks are crying of this, lol. That Nishijo guy should have just shut himself up instead of getting on TV or whatever. Sarah, Nishijo, you dummy, I'm gonna send you flying with my awakening rocket body blow, etc. Replying to another dude. Already done. One of his classmates from last year came out and exposed all his personal information. He got doxxed, basically. They were all saying whatever the hell they wanted, taunting me without any idea of how I felt. That channel was scary when it turned against you. Shogun was to blame for this as well. That aside, I thought underground news that they couldn't show on television would get posted on Achan, but I didn't spot anything of the sort. Nothing was going around, but how? There had been one more person on the roof of O-Front besides me. Almost as though the person called Shogun hadn't been there from the start. Maybe the Shogun who appeared then had been no more than a phantom of the real Shogun. Even if his existence were certain, it was also possible that the Shogun who'd been at O-Front was a delusion I'd created. A delusion. I might be sick in the head, after all. Only things that should have been impossible, realistically speaking, kept happening to me. It was like a game. A world where Nanami had died and a world where she was alive. Like, the two of them stood side by side and I had the option to pick either one. I'm not looking at you, Devixa. Absolutely not. Similar to the decision points in an arrow game. The future branched infinitely. Could this be, you could say, foreshadowing for Steins Gate? The difference between me and ordinary people was that I had delusions of the choice that leads to an unhappy outcome and could simulate the event to come. You're referring to what happens in your own run. I think I've heard that phrase in my run before, a bit more early on. But yeah, can't pinpoint to what it's referring to at the moment. Such as an event when Nanami died, or when Ayasa jumped to death, or when I fell from the roof at O-Front and died. In short, the unhappiness that visited me over and over, as though someone had planned it out, might in fact have been a mental trap I'd laid for myself. In the midst of a boring and unchanging everyday life, I wished to emigrate to a world as stimulating as a game, and I unconsciously showed it to myself in the form of delusions. Impossible, I didn't possess any such desire. At least, I'd say an instant no thanks to any simulation that would scare or sadden
って
me.
いうか、どれだけ想像力豊かなんだよ。
Even all the things I was thinking of now were ultimately no more than idiotic, childish delusions. I sighed and leaned against my chair's backrest, looking distractedly up at the ceiling. Reality was indeterminate. Everything began to appear like a lie. The world I called I was so hollow.
今日午後8時ごろ、渋谷区の渋谷川で女性の変死体が発見されました。
Okay, who died now?
被害者は江戸川区に住む十勝あやみさん27歳で、死因は喉を詰まらせたことによる窒息死とみられています。警察の調べによりますと、被害者の右手の肉が削り取られて骨が露出しており、また胃の中からは人間の肉とみられる内容物が見つかりました。
Ooh. Give me back my right hand. Yeah. Well, in a sense, I am the right hand of Okabe Rintaro. And I'm not letting that title go. Devixa knows what I'm on about, so...
被害者は自らの右手を噛みちぎって食べたとみられ、また足首が紐で縛られていたとのことです。警察では自殺・他殺の両面から捜査を進めています。
I still have that fake right hand title on Discord, I think. Oh, her ankles were bound with a cord. Ever since the city suffered through a magnitude 5 earthquake, the air in Shibuya had turned savage. That was in your game. Shibuya's public order was visibly worsening, and it didn't end merely with brawls between the young people. The situation included an explosive surge in theft. Tasty hand. What? What is this? Morning of the Anons. Shibuya's public order was visibly worsening, and it didn't end merely with brawls between young people. Situation, yeah. The mass media frequently used the words new generation to fan the flames of people's sense of danger and enclosure, which in response led to phenomena like certain stores suddenly calling off business. Additionally, the demonstrators who had been marching under the banner of anti-New Gen once per week suddenly caused a riot and rushed the Shibuya police department. Over 100 arrests resulted from their clash with the police force. What is BTTV? I have no clue. Better Twitch TV, okay. I'll look into that later. As had happened during the commotion about the Esper boy, several thousand rubberneckers gathered to enjoy the festival. The difference in mood between those who were simply visiting Shibuya and those who lived there grew striking. The former anticipated even greater idiocy and chaos. The latter lamented Shibuya's shift toward lawlessness and advocated giving the police greater freedom to act. The 6th New Gen incident occurred as though to mark this chain of disturbances. Naturally, the culprit remained at large. A week passed since the day of the earthquake. I had been suspended from school all the while. Even if they hadn't suspended me, I wouldn't have been emotionally equipped to go to school. Another New Gen incident occurred the day after the earthquake. Like the time when Dr. Takashina was killed, its content made it clear that it was a kind of message aimed at me. A woman who had devoured her own right hand. That secretly signified Nanavi's severed right hand. No doubt about it. The thing about Nanami had just been Shogun fishing me. But I went cold when I entertained the thought that maybe she'd really been the one to die. It had become famous in Shibuya in the worst sense of the word, which made me more afraid than ever before to venture outdoors. If there were a hole, I wanted to crawl inside. There were days when I went without eating because even going shopping at convenience stores was agonizing. I couldn't hold my head up and walk around outside. I constantly had the feeling that someone was laughing at me. Other people's gazes scared me. I didn't want to meet anyone. People who seemed like they were from the media frequently dropped by, but I ignored all of them. I'm not sure whether those hands are connected or not. So... Of course, this hand disappeared, and suddenly we have a murder case with the right hand being eaten. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the same right hand. But it could be the right hand. So, yeah, I'm not sure about it either. People who seemed like they were from the media frequently dropped by, but I ignored all of them. I hadn't contacted my parents or spoken to Nanami. I held back on playing ESO as well. That couldn't be anything worse than if it leaked out that I was Neidhard. 1 week? Was this brief period of time too long or too short for things to cool down? They say that rumors last 75 days, but that's a proverb from the past. Extreme spaghetti setup. Censored route in a sense of it's censored in the version you're playing, or how do we need to understand that? Lately, fads have been amazingly fast to change. The catchwords of the moment will have been abandoned in a year. Some of the coined words that everyone uses in their network die out in a matter of months. That's what I was thinking as well. It's a parallel in a sense. Okay, the Xbox 360 version of Noah is uncensored, and yeah, the PlayStation people have been doing weird stuff lately with their, you could say, family-friendly policy. You could say it has been already there, and you could say some of it has been already there in the PlayStation 3, but now they're going really hardcore, which means all the uncensored stuff for modern visual novels will probably go to the Nintendo Switch, which is as a console, the Nintendo Switch seems quite promising. But I haven't had the chance to get one for myself since I'm poor. But I kind of am inclined to get myself a Nintendo Switch and play some good visual novels. Yeah, so running it on your laptop, streaming it to your PC, desktop PC. So the Xbox 360 version works on your laptop but not your PC. So you're playing on, you could say, via remote on your laptop, I guess. Some of the words that everyone uses in their netspeak dies in a matter of months. On a daily basis, TV shows seek out heroes and idols and villains and milk them dry and throw them away. It was true of even the new gen cases. Now that 6 had occurred, people on Achan had pretty much stopped discussing the first one. Everyone disappeared from people's memories in the blink of an eye. Isn't there an app to switch to stream directly from your Switch? I think that's what Rain did. I think it does support direct streaming. Okay, it's hacked. Okay. There is a solution about capture card. I know proper capture cards are darn expensive, but there are, you could say, converters from HDMI to Ethernet cable, which you could say convert the HDMI signal into video signal and stream that over the network, and you could use that video stream in your local network to restream that onto your Twitch or YouTube or whatever. Those are some, you could say, some Chinese devices which come in pretty cheap if you are okay with the video delay they produce. I'm not sure what they do with the audio, but there are ways to work around that with OBS to add some delay to synchronize all that stuff. You could say HDMI to Ethernet converters that distribute video over Ethernet. That could be a cheap solution. I know the proper HDMI cards are hella expensive. You could say the proper capture cards. That's what I thought about how nice it'd be if, like, those sorts of hot topics that are around me died down within a week. Wishful thinking, but I couldn't help wishing it. My head and stomach ached. I sat down on my usual bench and calmed my heart. Surely, Seraton would say,
そんなに苦しむぐらいならもう学校になんか行くのやめればいいっしょ
I started to think just a little that maybe I should. I'd heard that the worsening of public order had led to an increase of Shibuya students who voluntarily left school. I thought for a while now, but that I didn't care much about not being able to graduate. As a matter of fact, I may as well leave school right now. Even so, I was going to school, despite shouldering a risk of encountering Yua. I finished drinking the Coke I'd bought from a vending machine along the way and got it from the bench. I know that a friend of mine also streams using her Nintendo Switch somehow, but I haven't asked her how she does it. She may be watching. If she's watching, please tell us. Stop fooling yourself. I didn't want to go to school, but I didn't want to quit either. Because if I quit school, I won't be able to see Remy. Now, because we were classmates, we would automatically meet as long as I went to school. But if that connection went away, of course, we could make phone calls or go meet face to face, but those things required proactive behavior. And they certainly wouldn't happen automatically. I definitely couldn't behave proactively. Yeah, I remember that friend that I'm talking about. She has a capture card, so that's probably the way she does it. I'm sorry. In fact, I hadn't seen Remy for a while now.
私が一緒にいてあげる。
Even though Remy had promised me so, I hadn't had any contact from her for over 10 days. When I imagined that maybe she'd seen me disgraced on TV and I'd fallen out of her good graces, it made me horribly frightened and sad and lonely. No one, not even Nanami, came to see me. I was slandered in massive online threads. I cowered in fear of Shogun and Yua's shadows. Somebody pinged me. Somebody pinged me on Discord. Though I said I didn't want to meet with anyone, that solitude was agonizing. I wanted Remy to come take a look at me. I wanted her to say, "It must have been hard for you," and hold me gently. When you get down to it, I was letting her spoil me. A day without Remy is a sad day indeed, yeah, but it was her fault. Remy was the one who had taught me about three-dimensional warmth. This sounds so sad. After I'd known that warmth once, it made me want to reach for it again and again. I could no longer find such peace in the second dimension or in delusions. I couldn't stand it just by immersing myself in daydreams. I want to see Remy. So how come the Switch isn't hackable anymore? I remember seeing a talk about how the Switch has been hacked. But apparently, yeah, it seems to be gone. But I haven't looked into why. Like, the hackability seems to be gone. Oh, okay. I didn't see any tremendous transformations when I passed through the school gates. Rather, no one noticed I was there. Once I entered the school building and climbed the stairs, an unfamiliar girl passing me said, "Ah," and looked at me with faint sympathy in her eyes. Okay, the hardware vulnerability is gone. Okay. In the new Switches, which is kind of sad. It's always awesome to, you could say, be the, in a sense, the master of your device. The root of your device, but yeah. All old Switches still hackable. Then I'll have to look into getting an old Nintendo Switch. But I can imagine that they're becoming increasingly expensive because of that. Once I entered the school building and climbed the stairs, an unfamiliar girl passing me said, "Oh, okay, we had that already. Right, that, sorry." When I reached the hallway with my classroom in it, several of the windows there were broken. I sensed whispers and frank gazes from all around me. At that point, I had a bad premonition. My wishful thinking was on the verge of being ground to pieces. Yet, all I wanted to do was meet Remy, so I opened the classroom door. The silence lasted for about 10 seconds. Everyone was watching me. And all of them had gone rigid. Looking down, I walked through the quiet classroom until I got my seat. Taking that as his cue, a thuggish guy in the last row, I didn't know his name, became the first to raise his voice.
おい、西条、超能力見せてくんね。
That single sentence set the classroom. Stopped time back in motion.
それ言ったらかわいそうじゃね？だってユーリが認めた男なんだぜ。
Yuri Breitoman.
そうそう、俺テレビ見てたぜ。すげえよ、あのやらせ超能力者。
Sorry.
西条もどうせやらせなんでしょ？
So Yuri is supposed to be Julie.
大きい人形と小さいお人形を抱えてただけだもんね。
やめとけって。西条は病気なだけだっつの。そっとしといてやれ。だってあいつ空飛べるらしいじゃん。あとなんだっけ？投資？
私投資されたらどうしよう。服もスケスケで裸見られる。
Well, of course somebody had to think of this. Yeah. X-ray vision.
西条変態じゃん。
Of course.
お、やっべ、こっち見た。石にされる前に目をするぜ。
Of
大丈夫。
course.
実際のところただのキモートだから。
This blows. The situation I'd feared more than any other, the delinquents honing on me as their target. No one had forgotten the disturbance I'd caused in just a week. Right now, I was the punchline representing all of Japan. A boy who had passed out, cradling a figure, after making a big deal about having special paranormal powers. It wouldn't help if I asserted that I'd never claimed to have ESP. In truth, it no longer mattered what I did. The story known as The Facts had spread throughout Japan, and however many 100,000 people had recognized it as fact, no one could take it back. Not anyone, not me, not TV stations, not Shogun. I was an all too embarrassing self-proclaimed Esper. I was an all too repulsive otaku boy. There wasn't a single person who would look upon me favorably. I, who so hated TV programs that made a mockery of otaku, had tainted otaku culture like this. I couldn't use ESP or anything of the sort. I couldn't fly, I couldn't have X-ray vision, nor telekinesis. I hadn't been able to get my hands on a D-sword either. I was a piece of crap incapable of rescuing my little sister with my own two hands. I was an otaku plain and simple with no skills aside from my knowledge of anime and games. There was no helping it. Trying to keep from having a mental breakdown, I looked around for deliverance for Remy. Then my eyes met at Misumikun's. Right away, he averted his eyes. Well, yeah. If he acted friendly with the likes of me, even Misumikun would be shunned by the rest of the class. Yeah, that's right. It was only natural. In any case, a gross otaku like me and a pretty boy like him, we lived in different worlds. It was strange enough that we'd gotten along until now. Feeling the threat of crying start to come on, I made my line of sight circle around, as though to cling to her. I searched for Rimi's form. But she wasn't there. Rimi wasn't there. Why? Was she taking the day off? At a time like this, that I'd lost my only method of coming in contact with Rimi. If she never came to this classroom again, I'd probably never be reunited with her for the rest of my life. I had that feeling. It had been the same when she first appeared. One day, out of the blue, Rimi had been in this class, and now, just as suddenly, she was gone. Maybe she'd gotten caught in the earthquake and died? I frantically tried to shake away such negative thoughts, but I couldn't do it. My mood sank lower and lower. Leaden illusions controlled my heart. The girl called Sakata Rimi ever really existed in the first place? Maybe like Seratan, she was nothing more than a personality I'd created in my head. When I thought about it that way, a whole bunch of dots began to connect. Rimi always appeared to save me, as if by magic when I most needed her. Rimi always treated me gently, despite my being a filthy otaku. Did I think a 3D girl so convenient to me and so ideal for me truly existed? I no longer had any reason to come to school. My sole reason had disappeared. Let's go for red. I was alone after all. I'd been alone from the start. I wept. Internally, I wept. I fought my hardest to keep from shedding real tears. It was the only resemblance of pride I had left, though it was a tiny and worthless pride. It was all I could do to sit at my desk, head hanging, gritting my teeth. Even if I wasn't listening, my classmates' voice entered my ears as they talked. I wanted to run away, but I was petrified by the thought that if I moved around foolishly, they'd take it as a reason to pick a fight with me. They should die, every one of them. It's not like I've got anything left to lose, but how about I end my life as it pleases me? For example, screaming wildly, picking up my chair, and attacking a juvie. It feels so good to bust one of those fools. I was getting too carried away with the iron hammer of my wrath. Delusion marker. I slowly rose from my seat, unaware that they were about to be smitten by God's judgment. The delinquents went on grinning at me. I casually picked up my chair, I heaved it up over my head and walked up to the first thug who had made fun of me. His face froze, the grin still plastered on it at my sudden actions. So he's basically taking the chair and bashing people with it. Yeah, that's what just happened. I swung the chair down without a second's hesitation, hitting him straight on the head. We might paint the classroom in red. Accidentally, I could feel the impact. He collapsed in place, and in the blink of an eye, a pool of blood began to spread across the floor. For a moment, the classroom was enveloped in silence. But disorder soon erupted. Both girls and guys screamed, looking at me with terror in their eyes and running away without a thought for anyone else, while coolly watching them disgrace themselves. I took the chair one more time and slammed it down with all my strength on the delinquent, who lay collapsed at my feet, motionless. His body convulsed, but whether because he'd passed out or because he'd already died, he didn't make a sound. I got a little freaked out. If I went easy on him here, who knew when he might get up and launch a counter-attack? He was a juvie, so he might be used to walking around with a knife or two in his school bag. I already resigned myself to the fact that my life was done with. But I didn't like pain. I had to kill him. I couldn't pull back until I was sure of his death. I crashed the chair into his head for a third time. And again. And again. And again. And another blow. Okay. This wasn't too bad. I immersed myself in such delusions while sitting at my seat. Face lowered. Ha ha ha. How pleasurable. There was currently a bit of splatter horror playing back in my brain. I seriously wanted to beat them all to death. The more I thought about it, the more I felt driven by the urge to do it. Maybe the second I acted so recklessly, the world would reset itself, and my simulation of the choice that leads to an unhappy outcome would come to an end, and I'd return to the previous world. Remy would be there, just like she was supposed to. Misubkun could come to chat with me in his friendly way. Everyone would totally forget how I'd shamed myself. No one would mock me. I ought to tried it. My mind went dazed, but maybe I had small fever, the kind of fever you'd get during a growth spurts, or delusion-induced fever. Not that such a phrase existed. Whatever, I ought to try it. Even if I couldn't get back to the previous world, they'd only think I was crazy. No, probably they'd already thought so. I had nothing left to lose, so I didn't care either way. A week ago, when I heard from the nurse that Nanami was alive, I thought, because Nanami was alive, I didn't care about anything else. I didn't give a damn about my own life. Wouldn't mind if they treated me like an oddball and carted me off to the hospital. It'd be nice if it were the same hospital as ISA. Where's ISA hospitalized anyways? The JLS hospital she'd been admitted to in the past? Even that could be fine. It'd be somewhat preferable to this school without Remy. I lost the ability to suppress my magma-like urges. I slowly rose from my seat. No, this isn't happening. I couldn't prevent laughter from swelling in me. Everyone in the class regarded me with strained expressions. Don't look. Thank you, Alucard, for hosting me. Shout out to Alucard. There's no value in looking at someone like me. Suddenly, you have, I heard, a girl's voice. So I'm gonna save this here, and I'm gonna go back to the other delusion and see where we end up when we read the green one. The green ones are kind of usually a bit more humorous or erotic. Let's see where we get to. Maybe we'll get to see Remy. That's something I'd be. Oh, wrong. Yeah, here we go. Let's see where they merge. And we'll probably skip the neutral one because it doesn't seem to be, yeah, that much of a difference. I was alone after all. I'd been alone from all the start. I wept internally. I wept. I thought my hardest to keep from shedding real tears. It was only the resemblance of pride that I had left, though. It was a tiny and worthless pride. It was all I could do to sit at my desk, head hanging, and gritting my teeth. Even if I wasn't listening, my classmates' voices entered my ears as they talked. I wanted to run away, but I was petrified. Thank you, Shadow, for hosting my stream. I really appreciate that. I wanted to run away, but I was petrified by the thought that if I moved around foolishly, they'd take it as a reason to pick a fight with me. My popular times are here. Thank you. Well, thank you to both. Let me have a look at the names. Thank you to Shadow, Alucard, and Crimson, who have hosted me today. Or are hosting me right now. I really appreciate that. They should die, every one of them. It's not like I've got anything left to lose, but how about I end my life as it pleases me? For example, throwing my arms around one of the girls in the class while blurting the sorts of lewd lines one might hear in an eroge. And if possible, jumping straight into some non-con play right there in the morning classroom with everyone's eyes upon us. Becoming halfway defiant, I surveyed the classroom. It would make a good target. If I was gonna do it, I might as well pick a cutie. Someone who didn't seem likely to resist much. Those delinquent harpies were out of the question. They wore too much makeup for being in high school and weren't at all attractive. Oh yeah, the transfer student made work out well. She looked docile. This is, yeah, I don't know how to pronounce this. Docile, I'd say. And she gave off a lolly aura that kind of just made you want to bully her. And if I remembered right, she was the clumsy type. That part of her was pretty moe too. In a certain sense, I'd put her ever close to 2D characters. She might be good. My popular types are here. Thank you, Devixa, for hosting.
その目、誰の目?
The real mad scientist is my bot, by the way. So if you type in exclamation mark commands, you will get to see a list of commands that the bot has available, and some of them are, you could say, playback audio together with some text. Check it out. Give me a sec. Sonome Kaminome. I slowly rose from my seat. The atmosphere around me changed. Those who had been taunting me before retreated a little upon seeing me suddenly move into action. God, you guys are all talk in the end. But I'm different, man. I pull through when things get down to the crunch. I'm gonna prove that to you now. I wordlessly headed to the transfer student's desk. See, she sat shrunken in her chair, facing down. She looked up dubiously when she noticed me. For some reason, she already looked as if she were going to cry. I abruptly grabbed her upper arm. I pulled her towards me. She struggled weakly. Confused or perhaps uncertain of what to do, she looked back and forth between me and those around us. I forcibly embraced her from behind. She was as remarkably thin as she looked, enough to make me think that she'd break straight away if I treated her violently, and she was trembling like a chihuahua. But she smelled nice. She was about to have a head shorter than me.
Oh no!
I rubbed my face against her head. I buried my nose in her soft hair and sniffled its scent. She seemed too frightened to speak. Although I'd never actually seen her talk before, come to think of it, she twisted her body in an attempt to wriggle out of my gasp, but the strength she put into it was nothing to write home about. What is Torianse about? I have no clue. Even I, who normally performed no physical activity and had zero muscular bulk, was able to easily suppress her. The Joeys around us had frozen in place, unmoving, as if taken aback by my unconventional behavior. Okay, the ringtone. Okay. This is the ringtone, Torianse. As the transfer student shook her head, I licked her earlobe. Her delicate body jolted. What a great reaction. I was getting more and more aroused. I was ready to go wherever my lust led me, without thinking of the consequences. First, some dirty talk. I'd make the timid transfer student use obscene words. So erotic. That's something. This sounds like something Steiner would use for a translation. Her face instantly went red. Tears welled in her eyes, and she shook her head more frantically than before. What is this? Her gestures of unwillingness incited me to go further sadism. The public assault was pretty much the only choice left here. I'd reenact my favorite H theme from the Arrow game. Okay, I'm not gonna mention this. I slowly slid my hands from her breasts to her stomach. Her body quivered. The energy with which she resisted was diminishing. So mortifying, but I'm feeling it or something like that. Haha, she had a cute face, but what a slut. Unable to hold back the laughter rising in me, I broke into a grin and thrust my hand into her skirt. Okay, this is some #MeToo stuff. I immersed myself in such delusions while sitting at my seat, face lowered. Even now, the transfer student was writhing indecorously in my head, lovely moans spilling from her mouth. Aha! Out of this world. If my life were gonna end anyway, I'd like to finish things off by experiencing something that enjoyable. The more I thought about it, the more I felt driven by the urge to do it. Maybe the second I acted so recklessly, the world would reset itself, and the simulation of the choice that leads to an unhappy outcome would come to an end, and I'd return to the previous world. Rumi would be there just like she was supposed to. Mizumi-kun would come to chat with me in his friendly way. Everyone would totally forget how I'd shamed myself. No one would mock me. I ought to try it. My mind went dazed. Maybe I had a small fever. The kind of fever you get during growth spurts. Or a delusion-induced fever. Not that such a phrase existed. Meh, whatever. I ought to try it. Even if I couldn't go back to the previous world, they'd only think I was crazy. No, they probably already thought so. I had nothing left to lose, so I didn't care either way. A week ago, when I heard from the nurse that Nanami was alive, I thought, because Nanami was alive, I didn't care about anything else. I didn't give a damn about my life. I wouldn't mind if they treated me like an oddball and carted me off to the hospital. It'd be nice if it were the same hospital as Ayase. Where was Ayase hospitalized anyways? The jail's hospital she'd been admitted to in the past? Even that would be fine. It'd be somewhat preferable to the school without Rimi. I lost the ability to suppress my magma-like urges. I slowly rose from my seat. I couldn't prevent laughter from swelling in me. Everyone in the class regarded me with strained expressions. Don't look. There's no value in looking at someone like me. Suddenly, I heard a girl's voice. I'm not sure if it was a DATH. On top of that, such an anime voice.
飛び降り自殺をしようとした人を助けたのは西条くんだもん。だから西条くんにはたくさん価値はあるよ。
You have a lot of value. Who? Who the heck was talking to me? I looked around the classroom one more time. Everyone had gone petrified, their mouths closed in response to my suspicious behavior. I couldn't spot anyone who seemed to be speaking. For starters, this voice, it gave a weird sensation. Like it was resonating directly inside my head. An oral hallucination? Had I created a new delusionary goal?
幻聴なんかじゃないのら。妄想でもない？
Moso. What just happened? She'd answered my thoughts? This is what happens when you read ChäoS head. Mingling everything. Had she read my mind? No, it must be imaginary.
コズピーはここにいるよ。
コズピー。
コズピーってなんだよ。ここってどこ？誰なの？
When I shouted, my classmates scooted away from me as though fleeing.
西条くんに価値がないなんて、そんなの全然違う。
全然違う. The voice didn't answer my questions. It continued talking, using peculiar intonation.
むしろ西条くんのことをひどく言うクラスのみんなの方が価値がないから。
I don't think they... I think they kind of did when they first met. In his... yeah. Not sure. I went cold. I had goosebumps. This is what she said in a very bright and cheerful tone.
いいと思うなら殺して
Stop it already. Hunched over in my seat, I held my head. The world didn't reset itself. I didn't return to the parallel world where Remy was. Whatever the case, it seemed like I had gone completely crazy. When Ban visited it again for the first time in a week, the Frisia office looked somewhat different than before. The Frisia, this sounds like Frisia, like you could say the Germanic, northern Germanic region, Frisia. Friesland. The mountain of documents piled up on each employee's desk had now completely vanished. It must be that they went tumbling down in the earthquake. It all came tumbling down, tumbling down, tumbling down. Followed by Momose giving out orders to clean everything up. Thanks to that, the office left a clean, refreshed impression on him. Regarding it from the corner of his eyes as he sighed, Ban settled down in the wheeled chair he'd pulled over. He fanned his face busily with his beloved fan. Momose, who had been typing away her notebook PC, cast a glance at his gloomy countenance and knit her eyebrows together.
なーに？来るなりため息なんてついて。
なあ、ももちゃん。何にもないとこから剣が出てくるって手品見たことあるかい？
Okay, what is happening there?
そう。手品なんて詳しくないから。
じゃあ、瞬間移動は？
箱の中に入ってとかそういうこと？
いや、そうじゃなくて。
一体何が言いたいわけ？宴会芸でも覚えたいの？
わかんねえならいいんだ。多分関係ないことだからさ。
変な人ね。
Momose shrugged and took one of the bean paste buns that Ban had brought as refreshments, popping it into her mouth.
どうぞ、お茶っす。
So I brought over 2 paper cups. The green tea he'd poured in was steaming.
あら、悪いわね、スワちゃん。お茶組みなんてさせちゃって。今日、みおちゃん風邪で休んでて。
いや、大丈夫っす。
Smiling breezily, he handed Momose and Ban their paper cups. Ban had taken Suwa here in the past, when they were working on a different case, ever since he had begun looking more to Momose as his mentor than to Ban, his direct superior. Momose had also taken a liking to the young and honest Suba, and she didn't disparage him the way she did Ban.
それより何の話してたんすか？
どうやったら父兄に受ける宴会芸を覚えられるかって相談をな。
はあ、そりゃ興味深いっす。
スワちゃん、こんなダメ刑事なんかといつまでもつるんでちゃダメよ。もっと優秀な上司に就くのをおすすめするわ。でないとあなたの出世街道が断たれちゃう。
まるで俺が出世絶望的みてえな言い方だな。
事実でしょ。悔しかったらもっと真面目に仕事しなさい。
してるんだがな。ああ。
Ignoring Ban, who scrunched his face up as he just couldn't accept that Momose held the box of bean pastries out to Suwa.
スワちゃんも食べて。
あ、どうもっす。
言っとくが、それは俺が自腹で買ってきたもんだぞ。
先輩、いただきます。
Watching his junior bow his head neatly and reach a hand towards the bean pastries, Ban site yet again.
それより二人ともこれを見て。
A line graph was displayed on her laptop's monitor. Raising and falling like waves, it drew gentle curves. Is this, you could say, the GE rate thingy? Suwa had circled behind Bantile, tilted his head as he peered at it.
これ何のグラフっすか？
ここ1年の渋谷近辺の GE レートよ。おかしいと思わない？
渋谷の平均 GE レートが世界的に見ても高いってのはももちゃんに教えてもらったんだぜ。
そうじゃなくて、気のせいかもしれないけど、GE レートが何者かによって操作されてるような気がするの。
Manipulation.
そんなことできるんすか？
さあ、でもグラフを見るとなんだか不自然なのよね。数値が小刻みに変動しすぎてる。10年ぐらい前まで遡って調べてみたんだけど、ここ5年ぐらいはずっとそんな調子なのよ。
前に太田教授だっけか、その人が言ってたなんだっけ、 G レートが半年前から増加してるとかなんとか、その辺と関係あんのかい？
太田教授の調査では G レートはそんなに細かい変動は起こさないっていうことなのよ。
何らかの異常が起こってて、そこに人為的なものを感じるってことか。
でも5年っすよ。それだけ続いてれば異常じゃなくて正常な状態と言えなくもないんじゃないですか？
もう一つあるの。グラフを細かく調べていくと G レートは毎週末に伸びる傾向にあるのよ。
週休2日のサラリーマンにはありがたいこったな。俺には関係ねえけど。
ああ、土日に休み欲しいっすね。自分もう2ヶ月休みなしっすよ。
Mobus shook her head a little in response to the disappointed-looking detectives, both of whom had hung their heads.
茶化してる場合じゃないわ。1週間ごとに定期的に変動してるのよ。しかも年末年始やお盆休みなんかは変動がピタリと止まる。何かの意志が働いているとしか思えないわ。
Miho sounds kind of close to Maho, but that can't be the case actually.
年末年始やお盆休みがあるのって人間だけだよな。動物や植物はそんなもんあるわけねえもんな。
実は地球の意志とか。
地球の意志？
The will of the planet.
随分壮大な話だな。だが、もし仮にそんなもんがあったとして、地球が明けましておめでとうとか言うかや。
冗談っすよ。
年末年始はともかく、お盆休みは日本にしかない風習よね。
日本人の社会活動と同期しすぎてるか。
渋谷っすから当然なんじゃ。
ちなみにこことここ見て。
Said Mouse, pointing to the very center of the line graph and then to the most recent date on the far right-hand side.
この2箇所はすごく伸びているでしょ。
一番右はこの1年の最高記録みたいだな。
1年どころかこの10年で最高よ。
日付は？
真ん中は3ヶ月前。覚えてる？小さな地震があったでしょ。
ああ、震度3でなぜか8人も死んだ。あれか。あの犠牲者ってなんで死んだのか理由はまだ特定できてないんじゃなかったか？
さあ、そうでしたっけ？
Ignoring the two detectives' exchange, Momose continued her explanation.
で、一番右はこの間の地震の日。
おお。
あの日、大規模な電磁波が発生したのは知ってるわよね。
渋谷中のコンピューターが壊れたらしいな。俺はアナログ人間だからよくわからんが。
アナログの人間。
自分も自宅のノーパソがやられたっす。復旧してる暇がなくて。
But never mind. I was thinking about how did the IBM Dosenhaku survive then, but I remember, oh yeah, that was Akiba, where the thing was located in, not Shibuya.
あれは地震の影響で電磁波が起きたって言われてるけど、真相は全く逆かもしれない。電磁波の影響で地震が起きた。
おいおい、そんなことテレビや新聞じゃ言ってなかったぞ。
あくまで私の推測だけど。
So what's the Miho thing about, Kumin? I'm kind of curious.
この2つの地震は天災じゃなくて人災かもって思ってるの。だってどっちも普通じゃないもの。前の地震では震度3っていう規模なのに8人も亡くなってるし、
Lol. The term Kumins was banned by the Automod, and I'm like, what the hell? Kumin, I don't think the Autobot likes your nickname. But, yeah.
そして今回は震度5で118人。
死にすぎって言いたいのか？
さっきバンちゃん言ったでしょ？亡くなった方の大半は死因が不明って。そんなの尋常じゃないわ。
まあ、確かに。
それに空が白く染まったっていう噂もある。
そういえば時間が経つにつれて全く報道されなくなったな。
マスコミに何らかの圧力があったのかもね。
まさか。
明和党か。
おそらくそうよ。
The Meva Party.
マジっすか？
明和党とつながりのある企業団体を洗うべきかもな。
もうやったわよ。
さすがももちゃん、相変わらず仕事早いね。で、
Oops. And Momose raised both hands in a huge stretch. She tilted her head a little, making the bones in her neck crackle presently.
それらしい当たりはなし。お手上げよ。
お手上げってももちゃ
ん。やっぱももちゃんさんの推測が間違いなんじゃ。
そうかもしれないわね。これでも結構時間かけて調べたのよ。本業そっちのけでね。でも行き詰まっちゃったわ。よほど巧妙に隠されているか。つばちゃんの言う通り、私の推測が見当外れでしかないのか。
こういう時は 別の方向から攻めてみるってのがデカの鉄則だぜ。
先輩、なんか心当たりあるんすか？
Stopping his fan-waving hand, Bun licked his lips.
週末に G レートが上がって得するやつって誰なんだろうな。
GE rate on the weekends. Since then, I'd stopped hearing hallucinations, but I couldn't stand staying in the classroom any longer, and I spent nearly half the day cooped up in the bathroom, waiting for classes to end. The reason I didn't return to my base right away was because I was still attached to the idea of maybe being able to meet Remy. So after classes ended and everyone had gone home, I snuck back into the empty classroom. Remy wouldn't be waiting there alone, and she'd smile when she saw me, and...
石？どこ行ってたの？待ってたんだよ。
Bishi?
一緒に帰ろっか、タク。
I thought maybe she'd say that to me. I hoped just a little for such a development to take place. But no one was in the classroom. Of course, no one was waiting for me. Zetsubo. I tried going to the courtyard. This was where Remy had told me, I'll be there for you. But now no one was there. Zetsubo. Only the purple flowers blooming in the flower bed swayed forlornly, blown by the autumn wind. I took the vermilion handkerchief out of my bag. I had received it from Remy back then. I experimentally sniffed it, but because I'd washed it, the floral scent had vanished. I had the handkerchief, but not its scent. I had memories of her, but Remy wasn't here. Where I was, wanting to see the girl I'd made up in my head.
なんて。
Haunting the school building after
なんて
classes.
救いようがないんだ。僕って。
Zetsubo. I'm not sure if the fake flower bed is still there. I kind of assume, because I think that's one of the first materializations of his delusions. Therefore, it must still be there. And you could say that people know that this flower bed has saved Ayase. Therefore, kind of must be real. If you remove the flower bed, it would become unlogical. But don't quote me on that. You could... I'd have to look that up in my VODs, to be honest. Pressing a feminine handkerchief to my lips. It was so damn creepy. I thought I'd retch. I left school and stumbled around aimlessly. Nothing seemed to matter anymore. My anxiety about the possibility of being attacked by Shogun and Yua had drifted off somewhere as well. On the contrary, I hoped they would be kind enough to kill me painlessly. Just end his life already, okay? My mind had gone into utter depression mode. As I regarded the central district of Shibuya from this perspective of mine, its atmosphere was brutal enough to accelerate my gloom. No one walking along the road was smiling. They glared harshly at their surroundings. Something in the air made it seem as if it wouldn't be strange if the people passing me started fighting with me at any moment. Simply walking along like this, I spotted a number of stores which closed shutters, though they would normally have been boisterous with customers. And I had a vague sense that the number of cars on the road had decreased as well. The Jumbotron that always noisily blared out sound was now silent. In exchange came incessant, far-off police sirens, cars honking their horns and squealing. There were no signs of how I'd caused such a riot at the plaza a week ago. Though it hadn't yet vanished from people's memories, perhaps I was already gone from the city's memory, chased beyond the far side of forgetfulness. It would have been nice if I could forget every one of my memories as well. Knowing nothing, being ignorant, remaining a fool. People like that must surely live rose-colored lives and relish every single day.
無知は罪だ。知らない方が幸せなこともあるという人間もいるが、そんなのはただの甘えだ。
Ignorance is a sin. Give me a second, I just need to drink something. But it's simply naive. I had a feeling that Senna had told me so. What's wrong with being naive? People aren't, I'm not, all that strong. We were always seeking someone else's salvation. I couldn't do anything on my own, nor did I want to. I stood in the center of the street and closed my eyes. Knowing only part of the truth, as I did now, was the most burdensome of all possible situations. Shogun and these sorts, for instance. I hadn't wanted to know about them, but I found out. That said, if someone asked me, so what are they really, I wouldn't be able to come up with an answer. I didn't know the answer. Shall I try to die? I thought as I knocked up at the front of O-Front. If I died, perhaps my memories would be reset and it would be possible to replay everything. See, person behind me, what do you think? Your role-playing utterly failed this time around. You were wrong in how you cultivated your character. You should have gone with a cooler, more heroic character. It had to be someone sociable and kind to girls. One who would challenge the strong and aid the weak. One with a fiery sense of justice. You can't defeat the last boss with me. You can't use me to clear your game. Don't expect anything of me. Reset me. I'm begging you, take this worthless self of mine and erase it. No one erased me. Instead, came the impact of someone banging into my shoulder.
Oi! 邪魔なんだよ。
邪魔なんだよ. I thought I was hallucinating. Hallucinations. Give me a second. I just need to rearrange. I heard the female version in the morning, so this time it must be the male version. Not that I asked for one. I'd rather have a more moe voiced hallucination, one I could F2. But if they whispered sexy lines by my ear, I'd have a boner right in the middle of town.
無視してんじゃねえぞ。
なあてめえ、西条だな。
どうなんだ、やらせ超能力少年。
この前テレビ出てたよな。ギャラいっぱいもらったんだろ。
ちょっと顔貸せよ。エスパー君。
Ooh. They haven't forgotten. I opened my eyes. 3 guys stood there, surrounding me. They wore baggy clothes and had yellow, silver, and red hair. 2 had piercings in their ears and their nose. 1 had a piercing in just his ear. 1 was the type of Ganguro man who are so rare nowadays. They're practically an protected species. Here's my death flag, I thought. Was this another unhappiness trap? Really, they came one after the other. I'm telling you, I don't care anymore. Hurry up and kill me, because then I'll get to reset and become reborn. If you have a knife or 2 ready with you, stab me properly, so I die right away. My knees began to shake from fear. He's begging for a slave. I yelled on instinct. I was close to a scream, but I couldn't pay attention to appearances. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die! I was lying about not caring. Even in such desperate circumstances, I don't want to die. They covered my mouth. I couldn't say anything. They grabbed my arms on either side. That was when I stopped resisting. God's judgment. Sighed. They dragged me to an inhabited alleyway. I launched a preemptive strike against the leering trio. Apologizing in a quavering voice, I prostrated myself. I held my wallet out to them. The delinquents snatched it.
お前金持ちだな。さすが超能力少年だぜ。お前、いいやつじゃん。俺気に入っちゃったよ。
Prostrated, I let out a breath of relief. Apparently they were going to let me escape.
俺らの仲間に入れてやるよ。入会金は100万円な。これ強制。本当はすぐ払ってもらうとこだけどよ。今日の夜までにしてやるよ。
Okay.
まあ、なんか超能力使って見せてくれたら、半額にしてやってもいいけどな。
なんか言えよ。ん？
超能力見せろっつってんだよ。
できねえの？
できねえのかっつってんだよ！
Pain ran through my side. Would you consider Hoin Kyoma as a weak character? How dare you call Hoin Kyoma a weak character? I thought I might have broken a rib. I couldn't breathe. I began to feel faint. I had vertigo. The foot of the thug in front of me entered my field of sight. The tip of his shoe came flying toward my face with incredible force. Dum dum dum. I wondered what had happened. I thought I felt pain in my face. Enough pain in my face to make me pass out, but it might have been my imagination. I figured I'd open my eyes, but my eyelids wouldn't move. The darkness wouldn't disappear for me.
だよ、もう伸びたのか？
どうする？このくらいにしとく？
もうちょっと痛みつけといた方がいいんじゃね？あのダーススパイダーの兄ちゃんもそう言ってたじゃん。
That Darth Spider dude.
ボコボコにしてくれって言ってた。
こいつボコるだけで金くれるなんて、よっぽどこいつのこと嫌いなのかもな。
というわけなんで、続きまーす。
Shogun. Shogun.
俺らのこと恨まないでね。
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I want to kill them. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have this feeling we're gonna have a grand awakening right now. At least it would be epic if he's just like pulling out his sword and, you know, finishing those bastards. I want to kill them. Did I just foreshadow things without knowing?
おい、何土地狂ってんだよ。ふざけんなよ。なんだそれ。あ、やめて。やだ。
Who is doing that? The faint light of dusk filtered through the hospital window. The twilight-colored light sharply divided the middle of the room into that which was bright and that which was dark. What made it visible was snow-white sheets covering a bed, a handheld game system laid beside the pillow, a number of scholarly books lined up along the shelves, the pale purple petals of the cosmos flowers arranged in a vase. It was an orderly room, nothing moved. The space where time seemed to have stopped. A window that cut a piece out of the dusk sky. A small figure sat in a wheelchair by the windowsill. His back facing the window, he remained motionless. His breath was so gentle and came so far apart as to make one think he might be dead. His skin was covered in wrinkles. His cheeks were gaunt. His eyes were sunken and not a single hair grew on his head. An appearance that evoked uncertainty about whether to call him a boy or an old man. The shadow of who he called himself, of he who called himself Shogun, elongated all the way to the door. There, for the first time, the world moved. The door gradually opened, and someone came from the dark hallway toward the sunlight. Sakata Rimi stood still at the threshold without entering the hospital room. The sunset illuminated her tormented expression.
もうやめよう。残念だけど、あの彼は、西條匠は消すべきだよ。
Okay. Well, obviously the game has a couple more chapters, but where's this leading to? Shogun didn't budge an inch at her words.
どうして？
危険だから。
Grief infused Rimi's voice as she answered. Her eyes, too, appeared faintly damp.
私が消そうか。
Rimi and Shogun, how, why, and why?
ダメだよ。
Ultimately, even Rimi couldn't discern whether he moved his mouth when he spoke.
彼には
やってもらわなくちゃいけないことがあるんだ。
And how and why are they connected? It's just so weird. Give me a second. My monitor just wants to shut off, but I don't want that to happen. So, here we go. Rimi's hair fell forward as she hung her head, and she quietly pushed it back with her fingers.
例えば、あなたは、夢に見たことを覚えていられる？
うん。
そっか。あたし、すぐ忘れちゃうんだ。
できる人と、できない人がいる。
できる人はきっと、ロマンチストなんだね。
すごく長い夢をよく見るよ。
I intend to continue reading Steins Gate, but probably not on stream. Since it's there are a couple novels that I want to enjoy on my own, mainly being Steins Gate and ChäoS Child. I'm sorry, ChäoS Child. The other ones I may read on stream, or I may do a reread of the ones I have already read on stream, like. Once I've finished ChäoS Child for the first time, or finished Steins Gate for the first time, I may do a reread on stream.
見ている間は何年にも感じられる。
I have paused Steins Gate just to finish ChäoS first, so.
私も、そうだった。そうだった気がする。でも、それは幻。
So that there's kind of a you could say problem that once I finish ChäoS, I'm not sure which game I'm gonna continue streaming. ChäoS Child is not very suitable for Twitch as it is quite intense, I've heard. Steins Gate, I think, has been done by many other people already. And it's one of those that I want to experience in my own time. Robotics nodes is, difficult. This is an idea that's... Okay. ChäoS Child is worse than ChäoS in that terms. I may decide to do like a Twitch reads robotics notes. You could say a crowdsourced translation if I feel like organizing that. But obviously that would need the cooperation of other people who know Japanese well enough, since I'm not fluent enough in Japanese to do that myself, to translate that stuff myself. So maybe a Twitch plays robotics nodes if enough capable people will join.
実際の時間としては、寝ているうちのほんの2、3秒程度のものなんだって、夢って。心の歌方なの。だから、早く目覚めて、でないと、いつか。
Or I could do a machine translated version. But that idea sounds a bit, cheeky.
あなたは、西条匠に殺されちゃう。
それでも構わないよ。夢から覚めるわけにはいかない。この夢は、完結させなくちゃ。
Maybe, well, wait. So is maybe Shogun somewhat connected to Noah too then?
完結した夢の後には何が残るの？
Someone shook my shoulder lightly. It was very constrained, and moreover, their hand left my shoulder after shaking me only once. I sensed someone peering into my face. My consciousness was awakening little by little. The ache in my body relieved together with it. The scent was piercing my nose, vivid and nausea-inducing. It was the smell of blood. My upper lip stung. The inside of my mouth tasted like I'd licked a piece of iron. I slowly opened my eyes. I was in the same alley as before. I lay face down on the asphalt, and right before my eyes was a tiny brownish puddle akin to something you might see leaking out of a raw garbage. Grimacing at the stench, I roused myself. It hurt all over. My face was in particular pain. It burned and stung as though someone were bringing a lighter closer and closer to me. Why is Kozopi here? What is she doing here? The frail, cute little girl at the place where you could say where Takumi got hit by mean people. A familiar girl knelt close beside me and watched me with a teary seeming face. The transfer student, the girl who joined my class, what was her name? Oshihara? I wondered why she was here. Kozoe Orihara is the name, the actual name, just for the records. The transfer student held something out to me. My wallet! Why did she have it? Still dazed, I looked around. The trio of delinquents who had quarreled with me earlier had been lying there covered in blood. Hold on, what was this? Someone had totally worked them over. Their faces bore no resemblance to how they'd originally been shaped. No, wait, were they dead? They didn't stir. It couldn't be. The 7th New Gen incident? Who would do such a thing? Was it me? Had I? And what is Kozoe doing here? Strange. The transfer student stood up, still pale, beckoned me with her hand. Tears in the corners of her eyes. She looked back and forth between me in my confusion and the fallen trio. And she abruptly seized my hand and tottered off into a run. When we arrived at the main street, the transfer student let go of my hand. Although we didn't run for a long distance, she already lost her breath. Both of us had fallen silent. Maybe the transfer student was just as bad at talking as me. Come to think of it, it might have been coincidental, but I've never heard her speak. No, that sort of thing didn't matter. More importantly, I had trouble understanding the situation. Those 3 thugs had picked a fight with me and battered me. It seemed like I'd passed out, but how long had I been unconscious? So, we will go for the green one. Here we go. About 5 minutes. Again. I heard it again. I figured someone I knew was nearby talking to me, but I didn't spy anyone likely. Damn it, why did I have to start hearing oral hallucinations today? I see, then it was a delusion. Including those blood-drenched jubies. Of course. I can't think of you as something as... I can't think of you as anything but a delusion. You're the same as Seraton, one of my brides who appears only in my mind. Bokenasu. You'll always be my wife, Seraton. In the first place, I didn't have any recollection of an idiotic-sounding character like this Cosby. That grin. Then who are you? Surely not a transfer student fidgeting right in front of me. The transfer student gave a small nod. You're kidding. It must have been a mere coincidence. And it had appeared as if she were nodding, but thinking so might have been some kind of mistake on my part. That cute pout. Nice. That's completely, impossibly impossible. Like you can pull off this telepathy-esque stuff. What did she mean by anew? The transfer student looked vaguely sad, so I couldn't quite tell. Damn it, I was getting fed up with this. If you're gonna say that, because of people, whoever, give me some proof that you're the transfer student. What are your what are your 3 sizes? So she couldn't answer, which meant she was a delusion of mine after all. She is scary indeed. Then just the bust is fine. Give me an approximate number. I got a little turned off by the overly lecherous... Oops, by the overly lecherous conversation taking place in my own brain. About 73 centimeters. The transfer student was flat-chested, that's for sure. Okay, so that's connected here, there at least. On a side note, I dig tiny breasts. For some reason, the transfer student's face went red. Her body, already small enough, shrunk even further into itself. A coincidence. Her voice and her reaction had simply happened to sync up. Besides, what she'd said hardly counted as proof. Come on, I had no way of knowing the transfer student's bust size. I'd be up for arrest if I asked her to please let me measure it. Fine. So what's your birthday? Well, not that I could easily double check that either. I've gotten a life long ago where if I were capable of asking a 3D girl would hardly ever talk to when is your birthday. The transfer student who had been hanging her head in front of me abruptly began rummaging around inside her bag. She pulled something out and thrust it at me, teary-eyed. It was a student ID handbook, still all but brand new. When I opened the cover, her headshot and the name Orihara Kozue appeared, along with her date of birth. So yeah, he should definitely get this, you could say, proper treatment from Kozue-san, because that harassment is kind of not okay if you're a girl, but it's kind of downplayed here. Which is, yeah, I do agree, Sir Lizard, with what I'm trying to say. But she's probably too frail to have the courage to do that. That's kind of sad, though. Punch Takumi in the face, okay? He deserves it. He does. It's probably something like, what was the anime called? Oh, there was this anime a couple years ago where the main heroine could read the main hero's thoughts, or general everybody's thoughts that were of the people that were around her. I did forget the name of the character and the anime. And she, yeah, looking back at that, it's kind of coming close to what Kozue is doing. Ah. Her name started with K as well. That's the worst thing. I can't get the name, yeah. You could say he reads the main character's thoughts, and they're usually perverted, those thoughts, and she beats him up like no tomorrow whenever he thinks perverted stuff. She beats him up, yeah. The typical tsundere treatment, you could say. But I can't get the name. Her date of birth. My attention unthinkingly went toward it. Written there was November 13.
嘘でしょ
Kotora-san, yeah, Kotora-san, definitely. The name of the anime. Come to think of it, her name. Well, thank you for, yeah, for bringing the name back into my mind. Kotora-san. Come to think of it, her name, as far as I could tell from her ID, the transfer student was Orihara Kozue. Kozupi.
まさか。
だから最初からそう言ってたのらコズピーなの
Was this really not a delusion? And Kotora-san has blonde hair as well. But no, twin tails. The source of the voice was her... You mean...
西条くん、大丈夫？
Facing downward, the transfer student looked up through her eyelashes and pointed at my face. Her fingertip trembled.
タラリーって出てる。
What's dripping? I touched my face. The space beneath my nose was wet. I had a nosebleed. The transfer student offered me some pocket tissues. I had an eerie feeling as I accepted them from her and wiped the blood coming out of my nose. The transfer student...
コズピーだよ。
Kozupi wasn't moving her mouth. she was talking. Despite that, why could I hear her voice?
心の声なのら。
Don't talk like that. It's a turn off to hear it in the third dimension.
ごめん。
Hey, could she hear the voice of my heart too?
聞こえるよ。
普通に話さないのなんで
Yeah, that's basically what we've been asking the whole time to ourselves. Why don't you talk normally?
恥ずかしいし。
恥ずかしいし. I see. I could understand how she felt because I was the same. She looked around nervously, like a small animal, took a glance at me, then began walking toward the station by herself.
ここ、離れた方がいいと思う。
Why? Perplexed, I followed her. I noticed it as I walked. There was a stabbing pain in my side, it throbbed every time. Okay. Every time I took a step, I stopped when I couldn't stand it any longer. So I'm gonna put a safe point here. Since, you know, there's still a delusion we need to check. See where they converge. We haven't tried the red one yet. I'm not sure whether the delusion has started or begun or anything really. Again, I heard it again. I figured someone was nearby talking to me, but I didn't. Why did I have to start hearing oral hallucinations today?
幻聴じゃないよ。
Which meant... Startled, I looked up at the sky. A vocal attack by Shogun? Was he monitoring my thoughts? He was attacking me via satellite. Get out your aluminum foil hats. Protect yourself. Crumpling under the pressure, I cradled my head and squatted in place. He was gonna kill me. He was gonna kill me this time for sure. I hadn't done as he said at O-Front, so he'd moved into action like this, out of fury at me. What should I do? How could I protect myself from this barrage? As I thought of it, I found myself flung into despair. I had nowhere to run. An invisible attack from outer space aimed at me with pinpoint precision. Even if I took cover, it would pierce straight through at me. No doubt, there was nowhere I could hide or run anywhere in Japan. It was the end. I'd already reached my end. Are you scared of Kozupi? Yes. Yeah, we are. Sort of. You're trying to knock me off guard with such a moe voice. Why do you insist on prowling after me? What do you plan on doing with me? Explode my head? Make my brain alone melt away into goop? Or kill just my brain and turn me into a vegetable? No, I didn't want that. I don't want to die. Somebody prodded me in the shoulder as I curled up like a ball, covering. And I fearful raised my face. The transfer stone was there as before. She poked my fingers and attempted to speak, but nothing came out. And in the end, she raised a tentative hand.
それと、コズピーは転校生じゃなくて、折原梢なのら。
Orihara Kozue. I could faintly recall hearing that name from Mizumikona a long while ago. Kozue. No way. This voice was being sent straight to my head. The transfer student nodded with all her might.
テレパシー。
仕組みはよくわかんないのら。でもできるの。
That's ridiculous. The source of the voice was her... You mean...
西条くん、大丈夫？
Facing downward, the transfer student looked up through her eyelashes and pointed at my face. Her fingertip trembled.
タラリーって出てる。
Tarari! I touched my face. Nosebleed. Okay.
コズピーだよ。
She wasn't moving her mouth. She wasn't talking. It's bad that I could... Why could I hear her voice? Okay. We have merged back. Shall we go for the neutral route as well? Maybe, maybe not. Not sure if it would be worth it, but maybe Devixa knows. It'd be probably just a short dialogue from a different perspective, without any delusions. Yeah, let's go for it. It's not gonna be long. Neutral. About I had it again. Oral hallucinations. I'm gonna skim over all those lines I've already read, so skip over those. Driven to a psychological corner, I'd been unable to cope, except by crafting a new personality in my head. I think, according to the guide that I've read, that it's technically possible. Especially in chapters, however, you need to know something about chapter 6, where when you go neutral on one certain delusion, you have to answer the questions correctly in order to not get the bad end. But I think it might be possible up until a certain point. Like, I think somewhere in chapter 10, you start diverging by choosing different delusions. According to the guide, if I recall correctly, but the guide says, yeah, up until chapter 9 or 10, it's basically, it basically doesn't matter what you choose. If you do the first run, the common route, except of that one thing in chapter 6, you gotta be careful. And, you know, we've passed that already. We've done the bad end, and we've avoided the bad end, and... Yeah, let's go ahead. As you had said, did I truly have multiple personalities?
コズピーはちゃんとコズピーなのら。西条くんとは違う人だよ。
I'd heard that ordinarily the various personalities of people with multiple personalities can't converse with each other, but guess that meant I was special.
コズピーは違うの。
Kozupi is someone else. I wondered if sooner or later I would come to hear the voices of personalities other than this irritating Kozupi. For starters, just how many personalities existed inside me. Although I'd read in some books that there was a patient in America who had 24. To go even further, it wasn't certain whether or not my personality was the main personality. Maybe the original occupant of Nishijo Takami's flesh was a different personality, not me. As I stood there zoning out, the transfer student poked me in the shoulder. While doing so, she attempted to speak, but nothing came out, and in the end, she raised a tentative hand. Okay, here we... Okay. We have that's where we merge. Basically nothing special, really. So perplexed, I followed her. I noticed as I walked there was a stabbing pain in my side. Since it throbbed every time I took a step. I stopped when I couldn't stand it any longer. I held my side and took a breath. There were so many people. I gotta go through some backlog. Yeah, she's having some pain. It felt like everyone who passed by was laughing at me. It felt like all of them were watching me. I began to think that everyone knew my face. Don't look at me. Don't laugh at me. I wanted to rest some place where there weren't any people. So we're gonna go for like 10 more minutes until midnight. Probably approximately, and then I'm gonna call it a day. Unless there's something dramatically happening within those 10 minutes. Kozupi's energy level was blatantly different from the countless times when I'd spotted her at school. And though she was wordless in real life, her mental voice was so, It sounds like you're saying ufu. Like that creepy ass smile. It was convenient to be able to have mental conversations, but also kind of disagreeable. Rather, I ended up accepting it right away, but how did this work anyway? Could it be a real psychic power?
やっぱりコズピーのこと気味悪いよね。こんなの普通じゃないし。
I don't mind things that are normal. Lately I've had a lot more opportunities to encounter other eccentrics. Besides, you speak kind of weirdly, but you aren't scary and you don't have crazy conspiracy theories, which makes you preferable to the rest of them.
そう言ってもらえるとうるうるってなっちゃうのら。
Kozupi abruptly started crying as we walked along. Surprised, I hastily returned her tissue pack. She bowed her head to me more than was necessary as she accepted it and wiped the tears below her eyes. Back to what I was talking about. It was creepy and unsettling to have her hear everything I thought. Those were unvarnished impressions.
そうだよね。ごめんなさい。でも、聞きたくなくても聞こえちゃうの。
Just like Kotora-san. But I think Kotora-san must have gotten the inspiration from ChäoS head. Especially if you look at how Kotora-san behaves. There are some parallels to Kozue, but Kotora-san is more, you could say, more violent and more tsundere, and she's more dere-dere. I mean, Kozue is more dere-dere than Kotora, and Kotora's more tsundere, in my opinion. Anyways, is that so?
そうなの。
Well, whatever the case, you don't want to hear that from a gross otaku like me. A guy as creepy as me really doesn't have any value.
そんなことない。
Is it not true? Just as I was about to revert to depression mode, Kozupi cried out loudly in the voice of her heart.
ダメだよ。そんなこと言っちゃ。そんな悲しいこと。
She started streaming tears again. Why was she crying? Did she sympathize with me? If so, I didn't need it. After all, I created personalities in my brain and mistook them for real-life people. Remy, for example.
それって咲畑さんじゃなかった。咲畑さんのこと？
You know her.
だってクラスメートだよ。西条くんの彼女さんなのら。
Wrong.
あ、違うの？てっきりそうだとばっかり思ってた。
Because we knew about Remy, which signified that Remy truly existed. She wasn't my delusion. She wasn't a character I devised in my brain. Remy really was there.
そうか。
Thank goodness. But if so, why hadn't she contacted me not even once? I must have fallen out of favor with her after what happened at Ofrond.
咲畑さん、地震があったあの日、青い顔をして早退して行っちゃったのら。
Went pale, left
それ
early.
以来、学校来てないよ。もしかして、家族に何か悲しいことがあったかも。
I see. I felt delivered. Knowing that Remy hadn't thrown me aside seriously made me seem about to cry. If that were the case, I had a reason to attend school again. I wanted to see Remy one more time. Until then, I'd try my hardest and keep going to school.
気をつけてね。
気をつけてね。え？
西条くんが咲畑さんと付き合ってるって思ってたから言わなかったけど咲畑さんには気をつけて。
Ooh. I have this feeling that Kozue-san is gonna be an important ally. If she warns him of Sakihata-san, Sakihata-chan? She knows stuff Sakihata has been thinking about that may threaten or will threaten Takumi. Therefore, she may know that there's some connection to Shogun and Sakihata-san. This is just my theory. But as creepy as she is, the more important she is. At least you could say, if you think about it strategically, she's gonna be the important ally. What do you mean?
咲畑さんはよくわかんないのら。
Asking what you mean? You don't get her, you say? The staking? Or how I was missing my memories of being classmates with her since freshman year? There were definitely things about Remy that remained mysterious even now. But she'd saved me countless times. When I was frightened, she told me, "I'll be there for ya." She wasn't my enemy. For some reason, Cosby's eyes were rolling back in her head.
そんなに一度にいっぱい考えられると、コズピーついていきにゃい。
So sorry. It was sort of odd. When I was talking to people, I generally ended up saying less than 2% of the conversation. But when I spoke in my heart, I talked too much, or rather, thought too much. It was the same for Cosby. I hadn't thought of she would be so talkative in her head anyways.
喋ってるっていう感覚は薄いよ。考えてるだけ。それが流れ込むだけ。相手にはビビーって、相手からはドバーって。
Beep beep to the other person. boom bang back to me.
慣れてないと自分の思考と相手の思考がごちゃごちゃってなって、にゃーってなるの。
Was she speaking Japanese or what? Although I sort of got the nuances of it, so there weren't any little subtleties like in regular conversations. Things like seeing the other person's expression or finding yourself unable to say what you wanted wouldn't happen. If people's thoughts kept leaking out, you'd lose the ability to read the atmosphere. Neither a one-way or a two-way transmission, it wasn't altogether unlike having to pick one flying arrow out of many and stop yourself from listening to the others.
だから気楽だし距離感も近いけど。
Kosopi's voice is really tiring. And her voice is getting quite annoying, to be honest. And
傷つくことも簡単なの。
For a second, Kosopi's face clouded over, but she soon put on a teary smile.
西条くんは初めてなのにすんごく上手だよ。
Give me a sec. So, now that's a bit better.
コズピーとビビビが合うの。
Your beep 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 matches with Kosopi's. My beep beep beeps? Was she trying to say that our wavelengths matched?
そう波長。
Well, it might have been because Seraton had the same kinds of speech quirks.
でもあの時の西条くんは怖かったの。
オピー It's like Uvu. Sorry. Back then?
今日の朝教室で。
Yeah, jeez. Now that she mentioned it, I'd fantasized about some really bad stuff, hadn't I? Of course, if she can read those fantasies, it's gonna be, yeah, let's say odd for her.
だからうひゃーって思ってつい声をかけちゃったのら。本当はなるべくこの力を他の人に知られないようにしようって決めてたのに。
No, at the same time, I didn't give a damn thing about, well, they were married delusions into the end, I guess. It'd be normal to despise me for it.
きっとそれを本当にやってたらコズピーは西条くんを殺してたよ。
Yeah. She said something so disturbing with such innocence. The gap between the two made me shudder.
その目、誰の目？
We silently, albeit continuing to speak in our minds, crossed through the shopping district and came out on Inokashira Avenue. From the way we walked wordlessly without glancing at each other's faces, an observer might have perceived us as a charming, naive young couple. Next to me, Kosopi caught an enormous breath. Eyes round, she looked up at me. Couple? That's a scary couple. No, it was just an example. An example.
またふひゃーってさせられたのら。西条くんにラブ告白されたかと。
Please. Stop this. Yeah, it was pretty hard to cope with how everything passed through to her. When talking with Kozupi, it would behoove me to do my best not to wander into unnecessary daydreams.
聞きたいな。先週の西条くんがテレビに出てた時のこと。
Yeah. She wouldn't believe me even if I told her.
それ決めつけ？うぶコズピーはあの時下にいたんだよ。
Below?
スクランブル交差点、ハチ公口の改札前、ちょうど通りかかって。あの時、ずっと声、聞こえてたよ。西条くんの声。ナナミさんを助けたい、助けなきゃって。
Okay.
聞こえたよ。
My mental voice had traveled that far. There was an unexpectedly great distance between the front roof and the station turnstiles.
それだけあの時の西条くんの思いは強かったのら。
Then Kozupi would understand that I hadn't created such a ruckus with the intention of putting on a psychic performance.
だから価値はなくないよ。なく
But in the end, it hadn't done any good. I'd prioritized my own life over saving Nanami, my little sister. I'd fled at the very brink of things. Kozupi stopped in front of Raft. She looked at me as she pointed at the store entrance. Apparently the place she'd said would guide me to Apparently the guide she'd said she would guide me to was inside here. I didn't think there was anywhere to rest in Raft. Besides, there were a lot of customers in a small enclosed space there. Without my realizing it, my legs had started shaking. The cheers and bellows I'd heard from the pedestrian crossing at that night echoed in my head. I didn't want to go anywhere that was full of people. I wouldn't have anywhere to escape to if I entered Raft.
大丈夫だよ。
Disregarding my fear, she went further and further ahead. Doing my best not to look at what lay around us, I had no choice but to hurry on after her. When we got on the upward escalator, Kozupi turned back at me, standing behind her, with her small frame standing one step higher, put her at about the same height as me.
ナナミさんは助かったんだよね。だったら西条くんが頑張ったおかげだよ。
I hadn't saved her myself. It was the same as if I hadn't done
屋
anything.
上から手を伸ばしてたよね。何をしようとしたの？ぴょーんって飛ぼうとしたのかな？
Pyo! No. I was trying to take hold of the sword. It was like an illusionary sword, one that bent into the vista I saw from the rooftop.
理想度？
Yeah, that's it. He'd said I could grasp it if I reached out, but I couldn't do it.
なんで
I unthinkingly shouted. A couple passing us on the downward escalator gave me cold looks, and I hurriedly covered my mouth with my hand. Kozupi, how do you know about these swords?
コズピーも持っているもん。
When we got off the escalator at the 5th floor, Kozupi casually raised her right hand over her head. It was similar to the gesture of someone using her hand to create a shadow as protection against the brightness of the sun. Light suddenly materialized in the air, following her hand. No, more so than simple light. They were lines. If I were to make an analogy, they resembled a wireframe. Numerous lines of light intermingled intricately in the space where there should have been nothing, and at last they formed a shape akin to that of a snowboard. Several streaks of blue light, more fiercely brilliant than wireframe lines, ran across it. Kozupi closed her open hand. Ooh. The instant she did, the thing that had been a wireframe transformed into a solid, cold-seeming metal plank, as though textures had been applied to it. Its shape was all too separate from that of Ayase's and Senna's, but even so, it had the same sort of air to it. Let's choose the red one. Too sinister to be called a plank. Too undecorative to be called a sword. It possessed both innocent ferocity and an awe-inspiring destructiveness. She carelessly held it on high. Why did Kozupi have a D-sword? Smiling innocently, Kozupi turned back toward me. Shogun-chan's henchman. I gotta get a translation for henchman. Ah, okay. You could say handyman or... That vast snowboard-esque plank flashed as though to slice the air. I couldn't quite comprehend what had happened. Everything ended before I had time to react. Kozupi embraced her D-sword with her petite body. Plastered to it wetly was blood.
Bye-bye, Takumi-san.
My body slithered and crumpled. As I began to collapse, I tried to catch myself by stepping forward with my right foot. But my leg wouldn't move. I'd lost all sensation in the lower half of my body. There was a scorching heat in the area around my waist. My body fell forward. I couldn't move freely. Barely lifting myself with my hands alone, I looked at myself in confusion. Blood gouted out of my side. My intestines, spelling for, glistened wetly. Pink meat clung to my exposed white bones. A gorged body. It didn't seem like my own. Unable to believe what I was seeing, I looked up at Kozupi. Oh, pew. Gazing at me with contemptuous eyes. Kozupi took her D-sword. And with her sweet little tongue, slowly, as if she were putting on a display for me, licked my blood. off it. Yeah. But there was no guarantee that it wouldn't become reality. Assuming the worst, I opened some distance between me and Kozupi. I braced myself to be ready to flee at any moment. As though she hadn't noticed how I felt, Kozupi strode lightly around the store, sword in hand. Kozupi made no attempt to conceal her sword from those around us, as if it were perfectly natural for her not to do so. Same as Senna, she too had walked around the dead center of Shibuya carrying her ginormous sword without a thought to spare for how it might inconvenience others. They were far too composed about it. Senna and Kozupi were both abnormal after all. What I then recalled was a smell. The smell of blood. I recalled the spectacle of those fallen, blood-drenched thugs. So, let's go back to the green delusion. I think we've ended the red delusion, but probably was quite short. So, here we go. Green delusion. Too sinister to be called a playing, too undecorative to be called a sword. It possessed both innocent ferocity and an awe-inspiring destructiveness. She carelessly held it on high. Here we have the, you could say, the delusion beginning. But we didn't get that in the red delusion. We only got, yeah, thrown into stuff. What part of that delicate body of hers contained such strength? As far as I could tell by looking, its size makes it seem certain to be at least over 5 kilograms. Kozupi, literally reading my internal doubts, turned back toward me and smiled shyly.
コズピーは匠さんを守るためだけに作られたアンドロイドなのら。
Well, I'm glad we played this. This is some crucial information, I think.
はい。
Did you just say Android? What kind of anime premise is this? Ignore my stupefaction. Kozupi clenched one hand into a cute fist.
匠さん、もう安心なの。匠さんを狙う悪いやつはコズピーがドッカーンってするのら。ちなみにコズピーはメイド機能もあるの。だからこれから匠さんと一緒に住んで身の回りのお世話もしたいのら。
I see. How convenient. Well, there might not be anything wrong with accepting Kozupi as an android, but there was a single condition I simply wouldn't back down on.
エッチなことをできる機能はありますか?
For some reason, I had slipped into formal language. No, hold up. I just asked something totally unbelievable. As I waffled over whether or not to apologize, Kozupi blushed and Loey read her eyes. What?
エッチなこともできるの。夜のご奉仕頑張るの。
Oh, she. A battle-capable mate android who's also designed for nighttime service. That's straight out of Neruge. Her formal functions are complete across the board, huh? Japanese technology is #1 in the world. Haha. If that isn't a JoJo reference, I don't know what's a JoJo reference. in JoJo, the character would say, German science is #1 in the world. Doitsu no karaku wa sekai ichi! Yay. So, that was the delusion. Sword in hand, Cosby strode lightly around the store, even while I went on having such a moronic delusion. Cosby made no attempt to conceal his sword from those around us, as if it were perfectly natural for her not to do so. Same as Senna, she too had walked around the dead center of Shibuya carrying her ginormous sword, without a thought to spare for how it might inconvenience others. They were far too composed about it. Senna and Cosby were both abnormal after all. When I realized, what I then recalled was the smell. The smell of blood. I recalled the spectacle of those fallen, blood-drenched thugs. Blood-drenched thugs.
あんなひどいことする人たちは死んで当然だよ。プンプン。
Pun pun! Ah, had they already died?
生きてる価値もないけど、あんなゴキゴキな人たちは。
Rochi Rochi?
ゴキブリ？
Kakiburi?
はあ、殺したかったな。
I distinctly picked up on what lay in her heart as she said this. There was not a single scrap of malice within her. She simply wanted to retaliate against bad people, and she didn't see anything wrong with it.
最近、渋谷はますます物騒だよ。昨日も怖そうなゴキゴキ男たちに拉致されそうになっちゃったから、ドカドカドカーンってしてやったのら。
Ba-bang boom bashed! She, too, might be twisted in a different way from me.
西条くん、こっちでーす。
Instead of carrying her to Colossal D sword, Cosby started walking off. She was short and slender-armed and didn't look strong at all, but she proceeded with light footsteps, showing no particular signs of feeling the sword's weight. She frequently seemed about to bump into passing customers or displayed goods with the tip of her sword, and I covered my eyes each time. Miraculously, however, she got by without hitting anyone. Our destination turned out to be a staircase. It was dim, and unlike the rest of the floor, empty of a human presence, no one had come here. How unexpected for such a desolate place to exist in the famous Roft store. Hardly a 5-minute walk away from the Shibuya station.
ロフトだけじゃないのだ。デパートの階段って全然人がいないの。
Zenzen. How could she know something like this that I didn't? When she'd moved here only a few weeks ago, and I'd been living in Shibuya for almost 2 years.
コズピーは東京に来てから毎日渋谷を歩き回ってたのら。それで見つけたの。憩いの場所だよ。
Evidently in a positive mood, Kozupi sat down on the stairs. She nonchalantly laid her D-sword close beside her. Since I'd also lost the ability to put up with the ache in my sides, I decided to take a short breather as well.
それで景色とか模様とか見ると別のものが見えたりしないかな。 ゾウさんとかウサギさんとかライオンさんとか。一番おーって思ったのは、オオサンショウウオさんに見えてた
What are you talking about?
理想度の話ですよ。何かの模様とか景色とか見ると、動物さんとかいろんな形に見えることがあって。
Ah, so that's what you mean. Yeah, I've experienced the same thing. And on the front roof as well, when I tried viewing things from that perspective, it was there. Eddie sword blending into the scenery.
はい、ピンポンです。コズピーが最初に見えたときは、ハムポンポンが死んじゃったとき。
ハムポンポン？
小学生のとき、飼ってたハムスター。ほいで、ハムポンポンのお墓を作ってあげようって土手に行ったのら。でも、スコップ忘れてお墓作れなくて、ふみゃーって泣いていたら、お空にこの剣の形が見えた。それからは、いろんなところでよく見るようになったのら。
How did you get your hands on it? I found my D-sword, but in the end I hadn't been able to get a hold of it. No matter how much I stretched my hand out, I didn't feel anything and I couldn't grasp it.
ただ、願ったんだよ。
You wished to obtain it? But then, even I... Cosby peeked up at me and shook her head slightly.
違うのら。願ったのはね、殺してやりたいっていうこと。
Her mental voice rang out clearly in my head. I hadn't mistaken her words. Just now, she'd said it distinctly. To kill. She'd spoken bashfully. The stairs between the loft's 5th and 6th floors were very quiet. There's only a little bit of background music leaking in from the store interior. Neither of us heard a thing. Somebody's breathing resounded loudly in my ears. Was it hers? No, it was mine. The stairs where no one came. A blind spot in the center of the town called Shibuya. A kind of air pocket. A blind spot in the center of the town called Shibuya. A kind of air pocket. I swallowed to moisten my parched throat.
そう願いながら、みゆーって空見たら、また剣が見えて。でも、その時まで、剣とは思ってなかったよ。なんだか、ガキーンってしたものって思ってた。あれで、ブーンってやったら、殺せるかなーって、無意識に手を伸ばしたら、本当につかめたのら。
And then, what happened? What did you do with it?
殺そうとしたけど、できなかった。コズピーの力じゃ、半殺しにするのが精一杯だったのです。
This girl was broken.
壊れてないよ。ここに剣あるもん。
I could see from the way she gazed lovingly at the D-sword by her side that she placed absolute faith in it. Her heart, too, conveyed the same thing to me. Would I be incapable of attaining a D-sword unless I became as broken as her? Was I still unbroken in the first place?
この件が怖くて仕方なかった。
So Orihara Kozo had thought, at least until she came to Tokyo. But now things were different. Now it was very dear to her. It was something priceless. As long as she had this sword, she had nothing to fear. The sword would protect her. The sword was her heart, her other self. It had already 3 weeks since she'd come to think that way. Since early age, Kozo had been able to hear the voices of other people's hearts. She no longer remembered when she had first become aware of it. She'd gone crazy, she'd got sick, even at her young age, Kozo thought she mustn't let anyone find out about her ability. And so she concealed it from her parents as well. Because of her power, she was incapable of making friends, and she became distant from her family. And those around her were creeped out by how she was a child with astoundingly good intuition. Even after coming to Shibuya, she feared going to school. She didn't want to meet anyone. Whatever the case, she reckoned they would find her repellent. On the day when she was originally supposed to transfer in, and the day after it, and even the day after that, she wandered around Shibuya instead of going to school. The school must have contacted her parents. Surely they'd realized she was skipping without permission, but neither of them said anything about it to her. Unlike in the boondocks where she'd lived before, no one found fault with her, even if she walked around the city all morning on a weekday with her appearance that would make it easy for people to mistake her for a middle school student. Several days after she had begun to meander around Shibuya, she found a resting place on the stairs inside Ruffed, and sitting there while zoning out became part of her daily routine. On that day too, she left Ruffed to go home around dusk after spending close to 4 hours there. Drops of rain fell from the dark grey sky. Kozo didn't have an umbrella with her, but she listlessly walked into the rain, without either looking up at the sky or minding the wetness. At this point, something flew into her field of sight. The world is ending. A signboard with a single phrase on the top of it. Damp with rain, the handwritten letters were blurring. The person holding the board was a lone homeless man, sitting inconspicuously at the side of the road, in the midst of the rain. He hung his head, and she couldn't see his expression. Maybe he was dead. That form of his, seeing it as a mirror image from how she herself had appeared on the stairs of Ruffed, Kozo stopped her feet. For a brief moment, she hesitated. She'd never been a homeless person before coming to Tokyo, and here was one she had no familiarity with. She even felt disgust when she looked at him. She worried that if she spoke to him and he got her involved with something dreadful. But at the time, what surpassed Kozo's anxiety was the drive to kill him. It was an all-too-certain urge, but she had the feeling that by following it, she might be able to slay her current self as well. Which was why, after some wavering, she sent the man the voice of her heart. Doesn't that sound cute? The voice of her heart.
世界は終わるの？
Is the world ending? The man's shoulders trembled, so she wasn't dead. He slowly lifted his head. He gazed up at Kozue with the clouded eyes that peeked out from behind his wet bangs. Who is this person, actually? Does anyone know?
終わるよ。
Kozue widened her eyes a little, startled. Not by how he'd confirmed the end of the world, she was surprised by the fact that he'd answered her. She hadn't expected an answer. The people she mentally spoke to either became confused and made themselves think she was a hallucination, or trembled in fear and swiftly fled. Even if she succeeded in communicating with them, it was difficult for them to respond so calmly. Human thoughts were all too illogical and chaotic. Yet this man had answered Kozue's question with a simple sentence, without any change in his expression. The spirit she sensed through his voice was brimming with a deep sorrow. His heart was crying, Kozue thought.
君は剣を持っているね。
どうしてわかるの？
君のような子を他にも知っているから。
Kozue raised her hand above her head and showed him. How she drew the D sword. She pointed its tip at him.
この剣が見えるの？
見えないよ。
じゃあ、どうしてわかるの？
おじさんが悪い人だからだよ。すまない。
どうして謝るの？
おじさんのせいなんだ。
どうしておじさんのせいなの？
忠告しかできないから。動き出してしまったから。もうおじさんには止める術がないから。
じゃあ、おじさんを殺せばコズピーは悪くなくなるの？
その剣は君を殺す者にも守る者にもなる。思い出してごらん。空を見れば雲が、川を見れば流れが、そこにあったはず。それと同じこと。その剣はいつも君のそばにあった。自分自身の心を見てごらん。そこにあるのがその剣なんだよ。
でも、殺したいって願ったら、これが手元にあったんだよ。この剣は、コズピーとコズピーの周囲にあるあらゆるものを殺すためのものじゃないの？
負の感情は否定されるものじゃない。人が誰しも持つものだからね。特別じゃないんだ。どう向き合うかだよ。目をそらしてはいけない。自分を否定してはいけない。世界は共造。君の心の中にある性は同時に負となりうるし、その逆もまた世界が終わるのか君たちだけなんだ。
In the end, Kozue didn't kill him. The urge dissipated as he spoke to her. She didn't quite understand what he was saying, even so after thinking about it furiously. She reached a single conclusion. This sword was herself. If she looked at it without rejecting it, it would save her. That was why ChäoS pure-heartedly came to depend on this sword of hers. I craned my neck as I listened to Kazupi's story. Who on earth was that man? A homeless person with a poster. Come to think of it, I felt as if I'd seen people like that several times before. Had they all been the same person? What I didn't understand was how the homeless man knew about these swords. Maybe, unbeknownst to me, these swords were, in truth, renowned throughout Japan? Nah, of course not. I scrutinized Kazupi. The expression was so serene that I had a hard time reconciling it with the disturbing things she told me earlier about killing. She softly glided her fingers over the surface of her D-sword.
そういえば、あのおじさん、別れ際にこんなこと言ってたのら。君たちは特別な存在だ。中でも一番特別なのは、その目、誰の目を産み落とした少年。らしいんだって。
I was speechless. What the hell?
西条くん、心当たりあるの？
いや、別に。
嘘ら。心は正直なんだよ。西条くんは今、ものすごーく関係ありますって考えてる。なんか、怖い顔にな。
I bit my lip and stood up. I yanked out the tissue stuffed up my nose. My nosebleed had stopped. Kazupi cocked her head to one side and looked up at me.
どこへ？
I'm going home. My side still ached, but I descended to the first floor via the stairs, rather than using the escalator or an elevator. Thanks to that, I managed to avoid the crowd on the way outside. Kazupi trailed diffidently after me, teary-eyed. That's one massive D-sword.
コズピ、何か怒らせるようなこと言ったかな？
Ignore her question, I frantically made the wheels in my head turn. The homeless man Kazupi had met, a friend of Shogun. Why had he brought up? Whose eyes are those eyes? Who was the boy who gave birth to... Whose eyes are those eyes? Me? No, wrong, I wasn't a special boy or whatever. I wasn't a hero. After all, I hadn't been able to attain a D-sword. I was just your average Joe, villager A. I wanted to stay that way, but I didn't want to become special. I'd take a pass on having another experience like the one on top of Ofrond. Then, who was that boy? The only person who had came to mind was the true new-gen criminal, Shogun. Shogun was an old man no matter how I looked at him, but his voice and its stature were contrarily close to those of a boy. And he obviously wasn't ordinary. He was special. The message of whose eyes are those eyes, which had appeared in 2 out of the new 6 gen cases, words I had often used in my own head. What significance could there be to these thoughtless words? Did the reason why Shogun targeted me with such persistence lie hidden in them? Maybe I ought to search for that homeless guy. He should be somewhere in this city even now, carrying as usual a poster with an incomprehensible message. Look for him, and what next? I stopped, and I shook my head as though to deny my own thoughts. What would become of searching of him? On the contrary, it might result in me plunging into danger of my own accord. Maybe he was working for Shogun, and this was a trap to lure me in. What did I plan on doing if I strolled over to meet him? And another quest began from it. I was sick of the kind of terror and anguish I'd been through last time. The same thing went for Kazupi. Why had Kazupi now, with this particular timing, begun speaking to me in my mind? Perhaps she, like Yua, had been directed by Shogun to approach me. Going by all the dangerous things she'd said about killing and half-killing, it was also conceivable that she might be an accomplice of the New Gen murders. After the disturbance at O-Front, Rimi had unexpectedly disappeared, without contacting me once. I guess I was in the hospital after her failed suicide attempt, and Nanami was safe, but my two allies had vanished. Was there any guarantee that Rimi would come back for me? Was it really true that Rimi had simply been taking time off from school lately? I'd only heard it from Kazupi. I couldn't determine whether or not she was lying. I had the ice-cold sensation that every hair on my body stood on end. When you got down to it, my world was all too empty. There was no foundation for me to believe in. Everything seemed like a lie.
それは被害妄想なのら。
Kazupi stood close behind me. Her mental voice was as carefree as always. She bore her brutal-looking D-sword with both hands. She cast an upward glance at me. I looked away from her. Are you my ally or my enemy? Which one? Have you come to kill me?
コズピはただ。
Only... Without warning, Kazupi let out a strange cry. When I raised my hand to start, she was waving her hand in some other direction instead of looking at me. Thank you, Gonza QW, for following me on Twitch. The notification didn't seem to pop up in my Streamlabs thing, but I just received the mail. Thank you for following. Senna-san? Surely not. I followed Kazupi's line of sight, and there, as expected, was...
Kozue ka?
Aoi Senna was walking toward us, her D-sword on her shoulder, and an expression that spoke of an endlessly bad mood on her face. I couldn't help assuming a defensive position. Why had Senna appeared here? Or another coincidence? Or a planned out trap? Did these two know each other? Then had Kazupi called her here? For them to kill me together?
だからそれは被害妄想だよ。
But what should I believe in? Though I'd encountered Senna many times before now, she'd never tried to attack me. That didn't necessarily mean she was my ally. Besides, she scared me.
セナさんは怖くないよ。
Kazupi, please don't speak out of turn like that.
怖い？何のことだ？
Hold on, how does she know? Unsurprisingly, Senna also seemed to be able to hear Kazue's inner voice.
なんでもないです。
Talking nary at a glance at my state of panic, Kozupi seemed awfully delighted. She faced down as she clung bashfully from the hem to the hem of Senna's clothes. Hey Gonza, QW. Yeah, it's just feel free to lurk around. Yeah. We're currently at chapter 7. There are also, you could say, recordings of my the previous chapters on my Twitch channel. You can watch those when you have some free time. Or you can play the game yourself. That's also very good. So, they made such an amusing pair that I started to feel like an idiot for being so anxiety-ridden. They almost appear to be sisters, a strong-hearted, reliable big sister, and the quiet little sister who adored her. And with both of them having small breasts, man, there was nothing to say about it, but GJ. Okay, what GJ? Whatever that is. No. Get a hold of yourself. Kozupi's gonna read your mind again. Besides, I could lose my life if I relaxed my guard. I wondered what kind of connection lay between them. Had they become acquainted at school? But they were different. But they were in different grades. Was there something like a bond between fellow sword bearers? Were they both working under Shogun? I stood like a cat to prepare myself and to run away on a moment's notice. In concrete terms, that meant putting my weight on the balls of my feet. By doing this, you could slip into motion with a cat's swiftness, allegedly. I'd read about it in a manga a long time ago.
セナさんはね、コズピーが東京に来てから最初のお友達なのら。ね。
Rather than replying, Senna gave me a glare. It made me think she'd slash out at me with her sword, but she didn't do anything. She didn't seem particularly angry at my calling her scary.
小杖、どうしてこいつと？
たくみちゃんはクラスメートです。
So innocent. Takumi-chan.
ほいでね、たくみちゃんはコズピーの剣が見えるんだよ。
それは知っている。こいつもギガロマニアックスだ。
ギガロ what?
ギガロマニアックス。理想度が見える人のこと。たくみちゃんもそうだよ。
Gigalomaniac? Who had decided on that name? If there were a name for it, did it mean that this ability wasn't all that rare?
あは、セナさんはガルガリ君買いに行くとこなんですね。
それは。
Yeah, that's her weakness. Apparently Kozupi had read Senna's mind. Speaking of which, I'd seen Senna eating a crunchy-kun before. It was almost wintertime. It was kind of impressive that she would eat popsicles outdoors despite the increasing cold. Guess she must really love them.
ほいじゃあ、みんなで一緒に行きましょう。
Kozue declared in her internal voice, then tugged playfully at Senna's hand and began walking off with her.
たくみさんも、はーやく。
Ha, Yaku?
あ、いや、僕は。
I'd been intending to decline her offer and go straight home, but... Just then, Kozupi went all teary-eyed. Her damn gaze pleaded with me silently. Beside her, Senna fired a biting glare at me.
ついてこい。お前にもおごってやる。
I'll treat you. No way. No way we're seeing Senna being nice. That rarely ever happens. It would seem that Senna too was weak against Kozupi's weeping attacks. At her urging, I reluctantly went forward toward a convenience store located close by a police box. After she bought one crunchiken for each of us, the two of them sat against the handrail in front of the police box and bit into theirs. Why is she not holding her crunchy? Where is it? Kozupi really did seem overjoyed. Sen, on the other hand, wore an indifferent look. I was going out of my mind. The police officer on duty was right in front of our eyes. Despite that, he showed zero indication of paying any attention to the two girls who were presently breaking the swords and firearms control law. He was a policeman, for Pete's sake. He could obviously see us, and yet he didn't pay them any heed, much less arrest them.
食べないの?
When Kozupi pointed it out, I helplessly bit into my crunchiken. The gazes of those around us bothered me. Senna and Kozupi were cute. The spectacle of two cute, flat-chested sisters, together with a creepy otaku. And on top of that, with all of us eating crunchikens under the cold, open sky, was so surreal, we couldn't avoid standing out. Was I being overly self-conscious? I constantly heard taunting snickers. A hallucination? Was it just Kozupi laughing? I didn't want to be conspicuous. I didn't want anyone to look at me. My fears of others' gazes. I should have put a hat or something. In any case, I wanted to get out of here ASAP. As I desperately kept on eating my crunchiken with that goal in mind, my body went chilly. This was totally gonna give me diarrhea. I wondered if the two of them weren't cold.
で、梢。なぜこいつと一緒なんだ?
こいつじゃなくて、匠さんですよ。
He's Takumi-san. New
匠さん
to him.
が悪い人にいじめられてて、倒れてたのだ。だからコズピーが解放してあげたの。
She'd tended to me?
ディソードを使ったのか?
殺したかったとかバキって。
Kozupi appeared to be gesturing to illustrate what she was saying. But because her enormous D-sword occupied her left hand, she had to wave her spare hand around. But that one was, of course, holding her crunchiken. Kozupi's crunchiken, from which she'd only taken a single bite, flew away in a perfect arc in the middle of the road and splattered. Hit the middle of the road, splattered. Kozupi stared at its remnants, looking as if she were about to burst out crying.
うかつな真似は避けろと言っただろ。
I told ya.
アイスのことじゃない。ディソードのことだ。
Senna handed Kozupi the crunchiken she'd been eating. Apparently, she was giving it to her. As she took it, Kozupi went all shy and bowed her head. To think that Senna could be so kind. How unexpected.
でも、 悪い人には罰ゲームをするのが当たり前だよ。
Who was it? Who had enveloped those pricks in a bloodbath? Cosby, perhaps? Or me? Oh, hey, Sir Lizard. Yeah, I'm not sure if you have missed that much, to be honest. I think the last session I played was about an hour long and was just us getting to know Kosopi. And nothing really plot relevant happened. Unless, except of us getting to know the D-Sword of Kosopi, which we're obviously seeing right now. So... Takumi-chan!
セナさんはね、すごーく何でも知ってるんだよ。リソードっていう名前もセナさんに教えてもらったのら。あと、リアルブータ。あれれ、ブッダ
Real boot. Real booting stuff, yeah. Buddha? Buddha? By the way, I've also set up a Discord for my, you could say, for my live stream watching buddies. You can get the link if you type in !Discord in the chat. It's a Discord server dedicated to, you could say, our little community that loves to watch science adventure live streams on Twitch, and also the other stuff that I broadcast on Twitch. So check it out.
リアルブート。
What was it? I'd never heard those words before. The same was true of that Gigala whatever from before.
リアルブートしてない件は誰にも見えなかったはずなのにね。セナさんにだけ見えてたの。理想度が見える人に会ったの、セナさんが初めてだったんだ。
So I think we might be getting into the details about real booting stuff.
その時は、おひゃーって思って、なんで見えるんですかって聞いちゃった。ギガロマニアックスだからなんだって。
ギガロマニアックスって何なの？
さっき言ったのら。剣が見える人だよ。
No, in greater detail, like the principle of how it works.
ディラックの海に干渉できる力を持つ者。
Those who possess the ability to interfere with the Dirac Sea.
それがギガロマニアックスだ。
Yeah, because we all know what Dirac Sea is now. Let's have a look at the tips. Which of them are translated? Where's the glossary? What do we see here? Let's have a... Yeah, some of them are translated. The Dirac Sea. Let's have a look. If it's translated, that is. So... Kitokore. Let's have a look. KJ, yeah, that's good job. Okay. Can't seem to find the Dirac Sea tip, but you know, here's the Committee of 300 tip. I'm just quickly reading through it. Human domestication project. What the hell? No, I can't seem to find that tip. Doesn't seem to be there in Romaji, but it's probably in there in Kana or Kanji, which it's a bit, yeah. Sana answered instead.
ディラックの海。
Sana cast a scornful glance at me as I tilted my head. Why are you looking at me like that? Contrary to appearances, I'm pretty damn smart. I sort of remembered something about the Direxy about being a concept in quantum mechanics.
負のエネルギーでいっぱいに満たされた観測不能の境界面とかだっけ？
大雑把に言えばそんなようなものだ。そしてそこに干渉するための端末がディソード。ディラックの海に突っ込んだパイプの先端と考えればいい。
Human domestication project. It sounds like human instrumentality project from Neon Genesis Evangelion. And the D swords are the terminals that... Try to look for one
ディラックの海とつながっているから、ディソードも負の物質で構成されている。無限に崩壊している存在なんだ。だから、普段は普通の人間には触れることも見ることもできない妄想のようなものでしかない。
Let's see. So Silizard has given us a little hint about which Kana the tips should start. So will we find it? Diraku no... Yeah, that's probably the Dirac C tip here. Because that's the small I, then probably that's the Ra. That's sign for double consonant ku. No, and that's probably C in Japanese. It's not translated currently, but since I'm very bad at kana, not kana. Actually, I'm quite okay with kana, but kanji is my weak point. Since I can't decipher those kanjis, I can't help you. Sorry. I have heard the human domestication project before. Saying that as a question, I'm not sure, but I may have heard it before in some of the other chapters.
このディソードこそ、あらゆるリアルブートのためのショートカット的役割を果たす。
Steins Gate spoilers are allowed here, yeah, basically.
ディソードとディラックの海とのチャネルを大きくすることで。
Just if you do spoiler spoiler Steins Gate, please do us the favor and mark the spoiler beforehand. You can't hide them, obviously, but you can tell that you can start off with saying spoiler and then write stuff, yeah.
ディラック方程式の空港理論によって追生成が起き、粒子と反粒子を作り出せる。
So you mean the dystopia as in CERN? Oh, okay, yeah. That does make sense. I think I actually haven't passed that point in the Steins Gate visual novel, but I'm okay with some pieces of information here and there.
この粒子がギガロマニアックスが生み出す妄想、世界にとってのエラー。そのエラーを現実とするには、作り出した粒子を他人のデッドスポットに送り込めばいい。粒子は即座に電気信号に変換され、周囲の人間に共通の認識、現実として成立する。逆に消したいときは、粒子を送り込んだデッドスポットに、今度は反粒子を送り込み、追消滅してやればいい。世界の仕組みは、3つの数字で全て説明できる。0と1、そしてマイナス1。
So, by that theory, 0, 1, and minus 1, where's Steins Gate 1 and where's Steins Gate minus 1?
ディソードは、そのマイナス1を生み出すためのショートカットになる。
My head was getting tangled up here.
周囲の人間に共通の認識となると妄想が現実になるってどういうこと？
例えば、お前が今手にしているガルガリ君、お前にはどう見える？
どうって水色をしたアイス。
If we assume the original SG was 1, all that remains is minus 1. There's... Oh, okay, I see.
その水色のアイスは本当に現実だと証明できるか？
Crunchykun was a Crunchykun, wasn't it? You could tell with a glance that it'd be cold if you ate it. I thought that sort of thing was obvious, but...
人は目で見たものを脳が認識して初めてそれが水色のアイスと理解できる。
Maybe that's in one of the, 10 project announcements that are going to happen sometime.
でも、脳が本人の意識しないままに嘘をついている可能性だってあるんだぞ。脳が生み出した自分一人だけがそう思い込んでいる妄想かもしれないんだ。
じゃあどうやって現実だって証明するの？
他の人もお前の持っているものが水色のアイスであると観測すれば、それは2人以上の人間の共通の認識となる。お前一人だけの妄想じゃなくなるんだ。妄想を現実にするときには、それを逆説的に捉えればいい。
In short, if you coercively showed your solitary delusions, the particles formed by your D-sword, to the people in your surroundings, they would become real. And did I have that ability as well? Yeah, ChäoS, Steins Gate, robotics. Now it's ChäoS, Steins Gate. I can see that pattern. But now we're back to ChäoS, to a ChäoS project. In that, if that's the circle. What would be the third ChäoS project? Would it be a Noah translation? Noah Elite? Cosby gave Senna her crunchy back, then tripped out into the road. She stood in front of people walking along the street, and all of a sudden, who knows what she was thinking, started taking huge swings with her D-sword. Yamete! I covered my eyes. She'd finally shown her true colors. In truth, she'd been a heinous murderer all along. The road now would be a sea of blood. If someone were cut down by that colossal sword, their torso would be divided straight in two. Cosby was going to get caught red-handed. After all, the police box was right beside us. The police officer would clearly witness it.
そんなことにはなってないよ。
Give me a sec, I think my bot isn't working. Okay, I'm gonna have to restart my chat bot. Ah, okay, the update is messing with my chatbot. I wondered why it was so quiet, even though people were getting slashed up by a sword in the middle of the Shibuya in broad daylight. So, it should work now. Okay, the chatbot's down. No one was screaming. I didn't hear the policeman yelling either. I gradually opened my eyes. Nothing had happened. Cosby continued swinging her gigantic sword around, although she seemed a bit embarrassed. It was clearly hitting passers-by, the roadside fence, the ground, and so forth, yet nothing happened. She didn't cut anything. Let me have a look at my chatbot. It doesn't seem to work. Connect. Generate token. Yeah. I'll have to reset my bot. So, but before... It was clearly hitting passers-by, the roadside fence, the ground, and so forth, yet nothing happened. She didn't cut anything. For that matter, his sword was passing clean through things. almost as if they were illusions. So, for all those that are here, I have a Discord server for, you could say, for the public, for my, you could say, streaming endeavors. Feel free to join us. Feel free to join the server. I will ping everyone on the server every time I'll go live, so you stay in the loop. And also, if it's, you could say, meant to be a place for the community, a small, you could say, the community for people that are watching me. That sounds a bit wrong, but yeah, live streaming, science adventure, and other visual novels. That's what I'm primarily doing. No, wrong. It's the reverse. The sword itself had no substance. The people walking in the area didn't stir whatsoever. They wouldn't see her sword. Now that she mentioned it, Ayasa had said something similar before, like, the swords only appear in the eyes of those with the power. Beside me, Senna let out a weary sigh and bit her crunchy kun.
あのディソードは今は梢の作ったエラーでしかない。周囲共通認識はまだ成立していない。
You don't even have to force me to do that, Steiner. I just need to improve my Japanese before I actually do that. I know that Davika knows how hard that is. And before I attempt doing that, I have to improve my Japanese a lot. The funny thing is, you're not even serious about that. But I'm all serious about that endeavor. But that will take a long time before I actually start doing that. I may attempt doing that with, you could say, an easier visual novel. It hasn't achieved the shared recognition of those in the area. Machine translation attempt anyway. The only tip I can give you is the only piece of advice I can give you for reading kanji in a game where you can't really text hook is using Kanji Tomo. It's a Java-based application that reads you could say, the stuff around your mouse and interprets it as kanji, and sometimes you get an accurate, you could say, translation of what the specific kanji is. I can imagine if you're doing like a emulator thing with your legally bought copy of Robotics Nodes, you will have a hard time text hooking within the PlayStation 3 emulator. But that Java thing is gonna be helping out a lot. So it's basically, you'll just have to piece together the translation by yourself by having small fragments delivered to you by this Kanji Tomo. Yeah, the script hooking could actually work, yeah. That's probably the better approach. If you know where to get the scripts, of course. I don't know. The script hooking. It hasn't achieved the shared recognition of those. Real boot? Was that the act of sending particles into nearby people's dead spots? Which wasn't to say I understood what a dead spot was. Please explain it with something easier to understand. than sound effects. But I grasped the basic nuances of what she meant. Sish slash probably signified cutting with her sword. Then, would Boom Crash be hitting? What exactly was she cutting and hitting? Did Kosopi do such frightening things? I think what was his name? One of the participants of the Day of the Dash actually at least was able to get into the robotics notes files. So I imagine it's not that hard to get into the robotics notes dash files. Me too. Did I too possess a power like that? No, I'm not unique. I'm not a gigalomaniac. Because after all, I'd failed to acquire a D-sword.
でも見えたよね。だからそのうち匠さんもモテるの。
It's impossible. It had been impossible even up on O-front. I'd seen the sword, but I hadn't understood how to take hold of it.
どうやって手に入れるかっていうと。
Kazupu put a finger in her mouth and looked at Senna. Senna sighed again.
バイオリズムの上昇によって中脳変影系ニューロンのドーパミンが過剰分泌されたとき、ディソードは現れる。
When your biorhythms rise, leading to the excessive secretion of dopamine in the neurons of your midbrain limbic system, your D-sword will appear.
それは危機的な状況や興奮、悲しみ、憎しみ、笑いなど人それぞれだ。
But if it's connected with dopamine, isn't it more like...
ドーパミン分泌量が多ければそれだけ観測しやすくなる。
匠さん、そういうことなのら。
The breadth of Senna's knowledge was aberrant. Maybe she was unbelievably intelligent. More than that, she knew so much about it that she practically came across as a gigalomaniac scholar or something. First of all, even if you searched all throughout Japan, you'd have a hard time finding a high school girl capable of discussing such complex theories and technical terminology off the top of her head. And if you look in Germany for university students that is able to pronounce this text, you're gonna have a hard time. Where on earth had she studied this? So, just to give you a little heads up, I just reposted the link to the Discord. As you can say, it's my personal Discord for all those who are interested in my streaming activities and stuff. I will note when I go online. I will notify everybody with everybody when my stream starts, about when it starts. Yeah. So, also feel free to start discussions in that Discord. It's just a side thing that's active and when I'm not on stream, basically. Why were such mysterious personages gathering around me? Somebody show me the answer. I'm too tired of pondering it. It revolted me to remain in this state of half-understanding. But I didn't feel like researching the rest myself, because, come on everyone, none of them are normal. Embracing my bitter thoughts, I took one last mouthful of my melting crunchican.
当たりだ。
The popsicle stick was carved with the word winner. Cosby came back and took a look at my hand.
匠じゃん、すっごいね。
大した運だな。
You have impressive look.
セナさん、自分も当たりが出て欲しかったって羨ましがってるのら。
Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Servereinstellungen. Yeah, that's what I set it up to. What if I give you a roll? You should be cleared of that. I'm just giving you the follower roll. Also for Sir Lizard, the follower roll. So, Senna-chan wanted to be a winner too, so she's jealous.
そんなことは思っていない。
I don't think you can fool Cosby that easily. After all, she'll just read everything you're thinking.
セナさんはいつも当たりが出ないかなとワクワクしながらガルガリ君を食べてるのら。当たりを引いたのはどれくらい
1割3分の何。
She really had it down. Did she recalculate it every time she ate one? Senna too had finished eating her crunchy when she started intently at the remaining stick, then let out a small snort. She'd drawn a blank. Huh. Going by her face.
よかったらどうぞ。
Yeah. Buddies. We've got a delusion here. Save point, yes, please. So, let's pick green. You'll like it here. I tentatively held the winning stick toward
他
her.
人に施しを受けるつもりはない。私は自分の可能性を試しているだけだ。
でも本心では欲しいって言ってるね。
あげますよ。僕アイスはあんまり食べないし。
I bet something about indirect kiss is gonna pop up. Senna pursed her lips and gingerly accepted the winning popsicle stick.
ありがとう。
Aww, that blush. Surprise left me speechless. To think I'd hear words of gratitude from Senna's lips. It was a situation far exceeding my imagination. Gratitude from Senna's lips, yeah. Perhaps unaware of my startlement, Senna cast a look at me and...
お前、優しいな。
Ooh. Muttered only those 2 words before whispering her face away. Was it a figment of my imagination? Or had she seemed a little bit flushed just now? Well, I changed my view of her a bit, now that she'd given me her sincere thanks. I thought she was scary, but parts of her were cute as well.
セナさんは今ので
今ので Gillespie twirled in place and peered happily at our faces.
たくみさんのこと好きになっちゃったのら
小杖、何をバカな。
顔がプッポーってなってるの。
Oh, blushy wushy. Sena-chan indeed is a good girl.
うるさい、うるさい。
Oh, that line's from... Urusai, Urusai! That's like the stereotypical Inuyasha line. I mean, Kagome saying to Inuyasha, Urusai! Urusai! It was a speech quirk in the Mother of all Thunder games, Soga no Jun. When I inadvertently broke into a grin, Sena flapped a finger at me.
お前もニヤニヤしてるんじゃない。
At first, it was the first time I'd seen such an adorable, flustered Sena. Beginning to feel a tad mischievous, I asked her an experimental question.
ガルガリ君は好きですか？
悪いか。
どの辺が？
美味しいだろ。
それだけ。
あと、かわいい。
Senner muttered ambiguously.
かわいい。
Was it possible for a popsicle to be cute or uncute?
アイスがじゃないからな。ガルガリ君がかわいいんだ。
Oh, I see. The mascot character. Was it actually cute?
あのイガグリ頭が最高だ。
His buzz cut.
抱きしめて頬ずりしたくなる。
Shiggy shiggy, shiggy shiggy. So, it reminds me a little of Kurisu. Her expression as she spoke was indeed that of a maiden in love. Well, different people have different interests and tastes and whatnot.
それよりお前、
たくみさんですよ。
たくみしゃんなのか。
違う。
Takumi-shan.
シャンはつけなくても。
名前は？
I felt like I told her before, but apparently she'd forgotten me.
西条匠です。
だったら西条。
Nishizo. For me, it sounds so wrong to just use Nishizo.
もうこれ以上エラーを作るのはやめておけ。
は？
剣は自分の心なのら否定しちゃダメ。コズピーはこの剣のおかげで助かったよ。
Saved her, huh? What had happened in Kozupi's past? It also bothered me that she hadn't mentioned wishing to kill.
妄想を現実にする行為にはリスクがつきまとう。
I assume that this is where the delusion ends, so I'm putting a save point here and trying out the other delusion. Can I try out the other delusion? Yeah. Load. Red delusion? Attentively.
他人に施しを私は自分の可能性を試しているだけだ。
Only testing my own possibilities.
でも、本心では欲しいって言ってる。
あげますよ。僕。
Though I had spoken out of the kindness of my heart, Senna gave me a single glance and immediately proceeded to ignore my suggestion. And for some reason, she held her own popsicle stick out to me. Popsicle stick fight. Moreover, she offered no explanation. It doesn't exactly make me happy to be given a blank popsicle stick. Maybe she was ordering me to go throw it away in a convenience store trash can. With her, such a thing more than conceivable. Senna definitely had a bunch of weak-willed younger brothers, and she probably ordered them to around all the time. Making a fool of me. But things might get scary if I disobeyed her. So I bit my lip and unwillingly took it from her.
私の勝ち。
Said Senna, her line of sight fixed on the sky that peeped down from the gaps between buildings. I sighed, took a nonchalant glance at the losing stick, and sucked in my breath. So no me, dare no me. What was this?
先週出た渋谷限定品だ。
A limited edition Shibuya
ただの当
item.
たりより価値がある。
The hell? Senna explained with a satisfied expression. Maybe this had made her proud of herself.
だから私の勝ち。
What were we competing over anyway? Anyway, I didn't need a winning stick created in such a poor taste. I felt like snapping that damn stick in half, but I sucked it up and handed the stick back to
それ
Senna.
よりお前匠シャンなのか。
シャンはつけなくても。
名前は
西条匠です。
だったら西条、もうこれ以上エラーを作るのはやめておけ。
は？
なんで？剣は自分の心なのら否定しちゃダメ。コズピーはこの剣のおかげで助かったよ。
Saved her, huh? What had happened in Kozupi's past? It also bothered me that she had mentioned wishing to kill.
妄想を現実にする行為にはリスクがつきまとう。粒子とともに追生成される反粒子はディソードにストックされていくんだ。反粒子は数学的に言えば過去へ向かうものだから。
We have converged.
ストックすればするほどギガロマニアックスには現在の状態とのズレが発生し、やがてその矛盾により存在としての自己崩壊へ至る。
Are you sure you're speaking Japanese?
梢も あまりディソードを出すのはやめるんだ。
So essentially, by using their D swords, are they, you could say, slowing down the time for themselves? And if they do that too often, that destroys their existence, or any, I don't know. I'm a bit confused here.
普通に生活していきたいなら、私の忠告を聞け。これは、お前たちの命に関わる話だ。
Sada did appear to be saying it as a joke. She wasn't the type to joke around.
ましてや西条。お前はディソードなしでリアルブートした。本来なら、そんなことできるはずがないんだ。リラックの海には、ディソードを通してしか干渉できないんだから。お前は普通じゃない。奴らに目をつけられてもおかしくない。
If you caught their eye? Is it...
奴らって。
ギガロマニアックスの力を悪用しようとしている連中がいる。
Those who are trying to abuse the power of Gigalomaniacs.
それって、将軍？
知らない。
She doesn't know Shogun.
誰だそれは。
Kozubi? Is Senna lying?
ついてないよ。
西条。将軍とは誰だ？
I would love to know that myself. I would love to have to be able to grasp a definition of who is Shogun, what will he go, what's his plan, why is he in contact with Takumi, and yeah, just why? Is he a villain, or is he somebody who actually wants to help Takumi? We will find out, I guess. The chill in her voice made me shudder. Naturally, I couldn't bring myself to meet her eyes. She seized my shirt front. It became hard to breathe. Why was she so violent? Had I done anything wrong?
そいつは40代ぐらいの男か。
違うよ。小さなじいさんだよ。
そいつもギガロマニアックスなのか？
わからない。でもニュージェネの真犯人だよ。
真犯人だと
？Senna laid a finger against her chin and lapsed into thought. A volatile atmosphere, unidentifiable anxiety. Senna knew something. What the heck was it? Who were the people trying to abuse the power of Gigalomaniacs?
あ、そうだそうだ。3人で記念撮影しましょう。ほらあれ。
Kozubi abruptly piped up in a cheery voice, pointing at something. It was the arcade next to the police box. If we were to take a commemorative photo there, it would inevitably end up. Yep, it turned out like this. But if it's a photo, how? The D swords, how?
Takumi-san, ほら、真ん中。
いや、僕は。
セナさん、横見てたらダメです。
私はこういうのは。
コズピーだって初めてなのだ。時々。
Doki doki. Obeying the on-screen instructions, Cosby kept pressing the buttons without obtaining our consent. Before Senna and I had time to mentally prepare ourselves, a voice came out of the screen.
Hi, pose. Kasha.
Okay, there are no D-swords on the photo. See you tomorrow. Cosby waved her hand a little shyly, then vanished in the direction of the station turnstiles. Senna and I watched her go. If possible, I didn't want to be left alone with Senna. Except she didn't seem to be interested in heading home. Did she plan on wandering around the area again as she usually did? I'd have liked to leave at once, but beforehand there was just one thing I wanted to ask the Gigalomaniacs. PhD, no matter what. Even if I called out to her, Senna retained her ill-humored expression. It had been better when Cosby was here, but she remained off-putting. Heard thumping, I asked my question, deciding to assume my voice had reached her.
コズピーの心の声もギガロマニアックスの能力なの?
I didn't expect her to give me an answer. Whatever the case, I figured it would end with her going, and laughing at me. So I cast a glance at me, but then shifted her eyes to the Jumbotron by the pedestrian scramble.
心の声はいわば妄想だ。
She responded thus.
梢はそれを他人のデッドスポットに送り込んでいるに過ぎない。仕組みはさっき説明したものと何も変わらない。送り込んだ粒子を映像ではなく音声に変換しているんだ。電話と同じだな。そして梢から心の声という妄想を送り込まれたことで、お前と梢の間で周囲共通認識が成立したんだ。テレパシーで会話しているように思えるが、全然違う。
だったら僕の心の声はどうしてコズピーに届いたの?
I myself hadn't delivered any delusions to Kozupi's dead spots. Kozupi is scary and annoying? Well, I do agree with annoying, but scary and not exactly. If that were the case, Kozupi should only have been able to send a one-way transmission. Yet we'd carried out a successful conversation with the voices of our hearts.
ギガロマニアックスは他人の妄想を見ることができる。他人が垂れ流す妄想をほぼ強制的に見せられていると言ってもいい。
Seeing delusions? Could someone really do that? I couldn't, so I didn't think I was a gigalomaniac. With a suddenly distant look on her eyes, Senna transferred her line of sight from the Jumbotron to the crowd walking in the pedestrian scramble.
ギガロマニアックスとなったものは誰だろうと一度は壊れているんだよ。
壊れたって何が?
心がだ。梢は東京に来る前、奴らに追い詰められて心を壊した。
What? It set up again. Speaking of what Cosby had experienced before she transferred, Senna said she had seen it, like a film, the first time she and Cosby met. Since early age, Kozue had possessed a unique predisposition to see into others' hearts. This is probably where it gets scary. It looks like if Senna has seen the story, is Kozue maybe capable of, you could say, playing back her own memories to somebody else's mind? If yes, that would be extremely powerful. Even so, she faced this ability in her own way, and somehow she had managed to lead a peaceful lifestyle by concealing it from other people. Change began with mirrors. Once she entered in high school, Kozue began to frequently spot the reflections of mirrors as she went about her everyday life. At first she had thought it a mere coincidence. It happened only about once or twice a day. But as the months went by, that frequency gradually increased. She would encounter people in possession of mirrors over 10 times per day. Those encounters themselves were nothing special. She saw people passing her on the road carrying mirrors, or students in the same grade as her fixing their makeup in the bathroom. Nothing more. But whether it was a coincidence or something intentional, the reflection in the mirrors almost inevitably struck her eye. I am planning to do the entirety of ChäoS ad, yeah. At last, those who bore the mirrors, all of them began speaking to her in voices containing insinuating laughter. As in doing the whole game, as in live streaming all routes. They called out to Kozue in her heart, asking, "Who are you?" In her classroom, in the school building, on the way to school. While she was shopping, such people appeared everywhere they went. Everywhere she went, I mean. It wasn't any particular person. On the contrary, there were different people each time. But to Kozue, everyone holding a mirror began to seem suspicious. Everyone laughing insinuatingly began to seem suspicious. At this point, only ChäoS had vanilla PC. Yeah. At last, she began to have the hallucination that even those without mirrors were asking her, "Who are you?" She became borderline neurotic, and those internal voices clung to the depths of her ears, refusing to leave. One day, Kozue faced a mirror reflecting her and murmured, "Omae wa dare?" The instant she spoke those three words, Kozue became afraid of no longer knowing who she was. A girl with the same face as her called to her from beyond the mirror. "Omae wa dare?" To be honest, I will probably do Noah read Noah once it's translated, which may mean that it may never happen. Depends on if it ever gets a translation. Or if my Japanese becomes good enough so I can read it fluently, I may do some Noah stuff. But that's still far away. Ever since she ceased speaking, she became unable to look at mirrors. Despite that, the demands of "Who are you?" continued to reach her. She could no longer even tell whose inner voice it was. Broken fax machine incapable of blocking incoming transmissions. Considering the conditions set by her unique predisposition to hear the voices of other people's hearts. There was nothing she could do about it. Kozue's heart went to pieces. One day after she became a sophomore, during after class cleaning, 3 sophomore girls whispered something to each other while using hand mirrors to put on makeup in the classroom. Mirrors and insinuating laughter. And the calls of "Who are you?" she thus came to hear were they actually the inner voices of her 3 classmates? Or else one of Kozue's oral hallucinations? She didn't care which, as Kozue's eyes quivered in terror. A mirror's reflection entered them. For a second her field of sight went bright. Was it on purpose? Or a coincidence? She didn't care which. Kozue's heart, which had been strained for over a year, broke with the sound of something crushing. Before she knew it, she was screaming, rather shrieking. Her instinctive desire to kill controlled her. For the first time she seized the D-sword she could see at the edge of her field of sight. She attacked her 3 classmates. With her real-booted D-sword, she severed their mirror-holding right hands in an instant. If we get more of this in Kozue's route, it's gonna be gory, to say at least. Like, we haven't had any CGs right here. It's like kind of sad. Does the Noah version have CGs at this point to illustrate that stuff? According to my minimum attendance shift chart, today wasn't a school-going day. I had one goal in going to school, all the same. To see Rimi. Surely my juvie classmates would taunt me about this and that today as well. That was tough enough, but when you've weighted it against the possibility of being able to read Rimi, I could still put up with it. I recalled yesterday's events as I passed through the school gate. Senna had emphasized her warning as we parted.
お前が望むと望まないとにかかわらず、もしこれ以上踏み込んでくるようなら、負を正にするぐらいの強い意識を持つんだな。中途半端な気持ちじゃ、妄想に食われるだけだぞ。
You will only be devoured by your delusions. You do it half-heartedly. Because I didn't want to get caught up in anything dangerous seeming, I hadn't asked her anything more. In any case, I couldn't get my hands on a D-sword no matter how hard I tried. I'm no hero, I'm only a waste of space who can't even do a decent job of protecting his own little sister. Except there remained the possibility that Shogun might appear before me again. Apparently he was targeting me as if we were playing a game. So the next quest might begin at his whim anytime now. That terrified me. Even my attempts to acquire a D-sword had originally been for the sake of protecting myself from Shogun. Swordless, how could I escape this evil grip? If Rimi were with me, would it bother me that Rimi was taking time off from school? What would I do if, this time around, Rimi were taken hostage and Nanami the way Nanami had been? Was there anyone around who seemed likely to save me? The candidates would have to be those with D-swords. Heise was injured, so that took her out of the running. I didn't think Senna would help me, and Kozupi was a little, considerably weird. Face lowered, I entered my classroom. Before I got to my seat, I took one look around the room. First, Rimi's seat. I think Nanami is back officially. Empty. Was she absent today too? Was she really just skipping? Insecurity flickered through me. I wanted to meet with her. I wanted to see her cheerful face. Next, Kozupi's seat. Seated, she faced down and shrunk into herself. When I remembered the story Senna had told me yesterday, it made sense that Kozupi always carried herself this way. Can somebody please tell Kozupi to shut up with her annoying voice. Good morning, Kozupi. Our eyes didn't meet, but we intentionally exchanged morning greetings. The delinquent girls watched me, grinning. It was the day after yesterday. I wouldn't be able to peel off the label of self-proclaimed psychic boy who's actually an otaku freak and made an idiot of himself on television. The male thugs appeared not to have arrived yet. They often skipped our first period class, which was convenient for me. I sat down and then that voice called my name.
Ohayo!
I shouldn't Google Translate that. I know the first three are Oni or Oni with, you could say, double I, but the last ones I just can't. Startled, I hastily raised my head. Rimi stood right before my eyes. She seemed faintly bashful as she gave me a little wave.
Sashiburi.
Sashiburi.
Rimi.
She wasn't an illusion. She had a definite presence. She was breathing. Her hair stirred. She was blinking. She was there. She was here. Something burned in the depths of Damn. Something burned in the depths of my nose. I was assaulted by a squeezing sensation in my chest. I was about to weep. Half standing in my chair, I went motionless, head hanging. I was so glad. I'd been able to see her again.
ちょっとタク？どうしたの？もしかして泣いてるの？
I frantically shook my head. If the Jeeves nearby knew I'd cried here, they'd torment me again. I told myself I shouldn't cry, but the tears kept overflowing.
わかった。私に再会できて嬉しいんだ。そうでしょ。なんてね。ちょっと自意識過剰だったかな。
Rimi sat in a bright, joking tone, and all I could do in response was go on shaking my head desperately. Still more, I couldn't look at her face properly. If I did, I'd definitely start bawling. That was when someone tapped me on the back.
Oh, Taku.
It was Mr. Mikan looking ill at ease. The hand he patted me with was considerably more restrained than it used to be. Even though he'd ignored me before, I wondered why he was being nice enough to talk with me again. To talk to me again. Talking with me would definitely bring misfortune on him. He'd end up being the target of the class Chibi's bullying. Right. It would be better for them, if neither Rimi nor Misumi-kun put up with a creepy otaku like me. When I held my silence, Misumi-kun put on a forced smile.
暗いな。朝から新規臭いぜ。ま、お前はそういうやつだって分かってるけどな。
Those words of his sounded harsh, but it didn't sense anything like sarcasm or hostility in them. If you asked how I knew, it was because he'd always said such things to me.
そういう大臣は朝から無駄に爽やかだね。
無駄にとか言うな。久々に学校来たと思ったらいきなりそれか。
じゃあ嘘くさい爽やかさ。
なたく、この言い草どう思うよ。
I nodded ambiguously. Somehow, my tears had stopped. The usual scene lay before me. Neither of them acted concerned by the fact that my position in our class was becoming something very bad.
そういえば、岸本のことを聞いたか。まだ入院中らしいぜ。怪我は大したことなかったんだけど、精神的にかなり参ってるらしい。いいか、タク。女を落とすのに一番手っ取り早いのは、弱ってる時に優しくしてやることだ。
Can't say it's not true, but...
というわけで俺、本気で岸本の見舞いに行こうかなと思ってんだよね。
opportunities.
大臣最低。ブーブー。今度こそ彼女さんに刺されるよ。
お見舞いに行くだけだろ。別にやましいことじゃねえよ。
ほんの数秒前と言ってることが違うし。
そういえばタクって岸本と知り合いだったよな。な、一緒に行ってくんね。
It was a typical topic for Misumi-kun, sure enough, but because I'd been positive he would ask me about psychic powers or something, it startled me. Misumi-kun kept chatting afterwards as well. It was the same as every time before now, with Misumi-kun rattling on by himself. Rimi occasionally jumping in to poke fun at him, and me only grunting vaguely. But it's being the same as before. Made me happy. Standing at the windowsill in the presidential office located on the very top floor of the Nozomi Group company's headquarters, Norase Genichi lit a cigarette. The Nozomi Group. A large enterprise with numerous subsidiaries, which carried out its business with ministerial authority from the government. Its subsidiaries had started up business in a variety of fields, from the sale of clothing and groceries to trading in the capacity of a distributor of imports, and they had accomplished measurable achievements. Norase, who stood at the top of the group and reigned over it, gazed down at the view he could see from his personal castle. His consciousness, however, was not turned towards the scenery. While wearing a mocking smile on his mouth, he tapped the floor irritatedly with his toes countless times.
まったく。老人たちの相手は面倒ですよ。
So we're getting a new person here. I assume whatever this guy's name was could be another villain.
そう思いませんか。彼らは臆病すぎる。だからこそここまでのし上がってきたとも言えるのでしょうが、利用するにもこうあれこれと横槍を入れられてはいい加減うんざりしてきますよ。 現実は悲しいかな。300人委員会の影響力というものを侮ることはできません。ただ、いずれ近いうちにそのシステムも崩壊する。世界の支配構造は組み替えられる。楽しみですか？私もですよ。ここまで随分時間がかかってしまいました。プロジェクトノア、立ち上げからすでに5年余り。
Norase walked up to his desk. So that's Norase. The top of his solid-looking desk, carved from natural oak, had little of the decorative about it, and was burned only with office-like items. Except there was one thing that gave off a different color from the others, and it had tumbled carelessly toward the edge. Notice it picked up that green, bizarrely designed mascot character. He gave it a bored glance and tossed it into the wastebasket. Green, bizarrely designed mascot character. Is that a Gero Froggy?
さて。
His narrowed eyes swung toward the room's dim interior. The moonlight from the window didn't reach the depths of the room. A faint human presence could be found there.
まさか君がギガロマニアックスだとは思いもよりませんでした。
Who is he talking to?
どうやら神すらも私の味方をしてくれているようだ。君のサンプルを取らせてもらいますよ。何？怯える必要はありません。私は元医師でしてね。インフォームドコンセントはきちんとしなければ気が済まないたちなのです。そもそもノア2のハードウェアはすでに完成しています。あと必要なのはソフトウェアの方でしてね。
Unfortunately, I have read one or two spoilers on Noah 2.
そのために君たちギガロマニアックスのサンプルが多く必要なのです。正確に言うならば NA シナプスに関するコードサンプル、脳の働きに指令を出す役割を果たしている部位の行動サンプルですよ。コードサンプルには個人差があります。持っている能力が高いギガロマニアックスは NA シナプスもより活性化し、脳のより広い範囲にわたって効果を及ぼします。人間の脳は全体の10分の1しか使われていません。しかしギガロマニアックスは違う。残りの10分の9の部位も使っていることが分かっています。ギガロマニアックスの頭の中というのは実に興味深い。そのサンプルがノア2にとっていわば CPU の役割を果たすわけです。
What the hell?
サンプルが多ければ多いほどノア2の能力は本物のギガロマニアックスに近づき、やがて超えるでしょう。
What the hell?
納得してもらえましたか？結構。
Who is he talking to? Orson nodded in satisfaction and, blowing out smoke, returned his gaze to the scenery beyond the window. Viewed up close, Shibuya's nightscape was vulgarity itself, and brought Naruto nothing but unpleasant feelings. However, he usually thought to himself that he'd give passing marks to the view from somewhat separate places like this building. But then, this nightscape would soon become something one could never see again, as a result of the final experiment performed in his Project Noah.
世界が生まれ変わる日も近い。
So is this guy the actual Overlord villain? At least for us. Ah, the Garo Froggy, just as I expected. Lunch break. I always skip lunch because I didn't want to eat myself. To eat by myself, not to eat myself. To eat by myself. In the classroom, I had no one to eat together with. Lately, Rimi had been inviting me to eat with her, but as you might well imagine, I became embarrassed and ended up refusing. Which was why, when we reached a lunch break, I left the classroom and retreated to a place where I could find peace. At times, it was the library, and at times, it was the courtyard. But after the previously mentioned disturbance, everyone in the school had become to recognize my face, and I couldn't calm down, no matter where I went. Gazes stabbing into me without mercy, sneers and insults thrown my way. Today, too, I walked around school, but it had the opposite effect of exposing me to even more disparagement. When I thought I had no other option but to flee to the bathroom, I spotted Nanami from behind the passage leading to the freshman building. She appeared to be walking to her classroom alone. Come to think of it, I hadn't spoken to Nanami once since that incident. I'd avoided bumping heads with her all week long, because I hadn't known what kind of expression to make when I saw her. I was the worst kind of brother, one who had prioritized my own life over hers. There was no more than a miracle that Nanami had been safely released. I hadn't done a thing. Maybe Shogun had told Nanami that it was my fault he'd abducted her. If so, she'd definitely be furious at me. She'd disdain me, and maybe she wouldn't listen to me. That was why I didn't have the courage to go see her. But now that I'd spied her like this, of all times, I started to get worried. He hadn't done anything unthinkable to her, had he? He hadn't hurt her in some way, had he? She wasn't psychologically wounded, was she? For a second, memories of that hand revived at the back of my mind. But I shook my head to rid myself of them. That severed hand, and the bracelet it wore, and the cell phone it held, all of them had been delusions. Realistic delusions. Because the hand was no longer in my fridge, it seemed more natural to think that rather than having vanished, it hadn't been there from the start. Nanami being well alive and well like this served as a proof of that. At some point, I'd started running. I chased after Nanami. Her form grew larger as I approached. Why are you running? Why are you running? Nanami still hadn't noticed me. While she walked along, she used the fingertips of her right hand to toy with the ends of her hair, twirling it. As I dashed up, I started to cry out to her. My sister's right sleeve slipped down a little as she twisted her hair. Sensing something wrong, I gulped down my voice. What? I halted. I'd seen it. There was a very minute sense of wrongness. One that surely didn't matter at all, but white? Wound around. Inconspicuous. A bandage on her right hand. Her wrist